Hello, everyone. Welcome. It is an honor to be here among all of you from thousands of locations all over the world. We are here today to call for a free Iran. My name is Trish Regan. I'm an American journalist, and I have the privilege of moderating today's event. By organizing this historic transatlantic summit, the Iranian resistance has once again shown that humanity is longing for liberty, and no matter how much they try, I'll tell you, this quest for freedom, this desire for fairness be put on hold. It cannot be stopped, not even by a global pandemic. We are all here today from 10,000 locations all over the world to celebrate what can, what should, what must, and what will be. The world must push for change so that young girls in Iran are no longer tortured and executed for their beliefs, so that Iran can join the global economy as a champion for democracy, and so that Iranians and the rest of the world will be safe. So I am honored to be here among so many freedom fighters, so many Iranians, particularly here with those of you combatants of Iran's freedom from Ashraf III, who made those tremendous sacrifices to realize your goal. I want you to know that we all care. I want to begin today's event by introducing someone whom I admire greatly. She is a woman of extraordinary courage, perseverance, honesty, selflessness, and I know what an inspiration she is to all Iranians, especially the women of Iran. The women of Iran who want freedom for themselves and freedom for their children, human rights, democracy, social justice, gender equality. These are the values that she holds dear. And under her leadership, women in the Iranian resistance have not only achieved gender parity, they're pretty much in charge. In fact, they got all the top positions in this democratic movement. So wonderful to see. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Maryam Rajavi, the President-elect of the National Council of Resistance of Iran. She will join us shortly after visiting the Iranian Resistance Museum at Ashraf III to pay homage to Navid Afkari, the rebellious Iranian wrestling champion, executed last week for taking part in peaceful protests in 2018.
هموطنان، شخصیت‌های ارجمند، 6 روز پیش سراسر ایران به خاطر اعدام یک جوان شورشگر و یک قهرمان کشتی در سوگ و اشک و خشم فرو رفت. او نوید افکاری است، قهرمان شورشگر ملی در قیام علیه دیکتاتوری دینی. جرمش برخاستن و مبارزه کردن برای سرنگونی رژیمی است که ایران را در خون و ویرانی و غارت غرق کرده است. از هفته‌ها قبل مردم ایران به حکم قضاییه خامنه‌ای برای اعدام او معترض بودند. مردم در سراسر ایران، مدافعان حقوق بشر، آزادیخواهان و قهرمانان ورزشی در یک رستاخیز بی‌نظیر در سراسر جهان به مخالفت برخاستند. اکنون نوید شورشگر در جان رزمنده هزاران کانون شورشی به مقاومت و قیام برای آزادی و عدالت ادامه خواهد داد. برای پهلوان نوید، قهرمان شورشگر قیام، کف میزنیم. بله، مردم ایران خواستار مجازات و تحریم همه جانبه رژیم آخوندی هستند. مردم ایران در برابر اعدام و قتل عام از سازمان ملل و به خصوص شورای امنیت می‌خواهند که آنها هم ماشه تحریم‌های مصرح در 6 قطعنامه را علیه این رژیم بکشند و الا خامنه‌ای ادامه می‌دهد، زیرا بقای خود را در سرکوب و اعدام می‌بیند. خامنه‌ای اگر اعدام نکند، شیرازه این رژیم از هم می‌پاشد و قیام‌هایی که در دل جامعه ایران بیتابی می‌کند دوباره طغیان خواهد کرد و قیام و سرنگونی بر سر رژیم ولایت فقیه فرود خواهد آمد. اعدام و زندان مهمترین ابزار آنها و سپاه پاسداران تکیهگاه آخوندها برای سرکوب و جنایت است. و چنانکه مسعود گفته است، اگر قصد سرکوب و جنگ افروزی و صدور تروریسم ندارید، پس یک ارتش برای شما کافی است و نباید هزینه‌های نجومی سپاه پاسداران به مردم ایران تحمیل شود. آن را منحل کنید و مخارجش را صرف بهداشت و درمان و حقوق پرستاران و کارگران و معلمان و کارمندان کنید. امروز بخش مؤثر و سودده صنایع، معادن، مخابرات، بانک‌ها و شرکت‌های ساختمانی در مالکیت انحصاری خامنه‌ای و سپاه پاسدارانه. ثروت اونها به 1000 میلیارد دلار سر میزنه و هر سال در نتیجه فساد و غارتگری آخوندها و سپاه پاسداران 10 میلیارد دلار از کشور خارج میشه. اعضای مجلس ارتجاع مبالغ پرداخت شده برای عملیات جنگی سپاه پاسداران در سوریه رو تا 30 میلیارد دلار تخمین میزنند. البته که رقم واقعی چند برابر اینه. به علاوه برای عملیات حزب الشیطان لبنان، کتائب عراق، انصار الشیطان در یمن و گروه‌های مشابه هزینه‌های هنگفتی صرف میشه. در آستانه تشکیل اجلاس مجمع عمومی ملل متحد میخواهم از جانب مقاومت و مردم ایران توجه همه دولت‌ها و مجامع بین المللی را به 3 مسئله اساسی جلب کنم. اول، یادآوری این واقعیت که این رژیم در جنگ با جامعه ایران و جامعه جهانی است. دوم، ضرورت توقف سیاست‌های بین المللی اشتباهی که عملاً کمککار قاتلان مردم ایران است و دست فاشیسم دینی را در نقض حقوق بشر مردم ایران و جنگ و تروریسم در منطقه بازتر می کند. و سوم، یک سیاست 3 عنصری در قبال این رژیم شامل حقوق بشر برای تمام مردم ایران، تحریم همه جانبه دیکتاتوری دینی و به رسمیت شناختن مقاومت مردم ایران و نبرد شورشگران برای سرنگونی آخوندها و آزادی مردم ایران. درباره اولین موضوع، یعنی جنگ این رژیم با مردم ایران و جامعه جهانی، باید به شرایط 3 سال اخیر توجه کنید. از قیام دی ماه سال 96 که جامعه ایران وارد فاز خیزش شد، جنایت‌ها و ماجراجویی رژیم در 3 زمینه شدت پیدا کرده. اول، افزایش سرکوب از جمله کشتار بیش از 1500 جوان و نوجوان در قیام آبان، بازداشت‌های گسترده و شکنجه دستگیر شدگان و بعد از اون هم اعدام زندانیان به اتهام‌های سیاسی مانند محاربه، شورش و شرکت در قیام که همچنان ادامه دارد. در همین روزها بسیاری در زندان‌های دستگرد اصفهان، زندان تهران بزرگ، وکیل‌آباد مشهد، گوهردشت کرج، شیبان اهواز و زندان‌های ارومیه، خرم‌آباد، سنندج و همچنین هواداران مجاهدین در اوین زیر حکم اعدام قرار دارد. دومین موضوع، افزایش حمله به کشتی‌ها و نفتکش‌ها در آب‌های بین‌المللی، موشک‌اندازی به تأسیسات نفتی و فرودگاه در عربستان و حملات موشکی به نیروهای آمریکایی در عراق است. و سوم، بسیج شیطانسازی و گسترش توطئه‌های تروریستی علیه مجاهدین و مقاومت ایران و دیگر مخالفان در کشورهای مختلف. هموطنان، میهمانان گرامی، به گواهی و تجربه 40 ساله، این رژیمی است با 120,000 اعدام سیاسی شامل 30,000 زندانی سیاسی قتل عام شده در سال 67 که 90% اونها از مجاهدین بودند. این رژیم به خاطر نقض وحشتناک حقوق بشر تا به حال 66 بار در مجمع عمومی ملل متحد و کمیسیون حقوق بشر و شورای حقوق بشر محکوم شده. آخوندها در این زمینه هم به واقع در جهان رکورددار هستند، همچنان که در تروریسم جلودار هستند، از بغداد و بیروت تا بوئنوس آیرس. میدونید که از 3 دهه پیش این مقاومت ایران بود که پروژه‌های پنهان اتمی، موشکی و شیمیایی این رژیم رو فاش کرد. ما خواهان یک ایران غیر اتمی هستیم که با همسایگانمان در صلح و دوستی به سر ببرد. دوستان عزیز، اجازه بدین در اینجا زیان عظیم سیاست‌هایی رو یادآوری کنم که به این رژیم برای ادامه جنایت‌هاش میدان و مسئولیت داده، از جمله امتیازهای سیاسی و مالی غیر قابل توجیه در توافق اتمی در سال 2015، متوقف کردن 6 قطعنامه تحریم سازمان ملل به سود آخوندها و مخالفت با تمدید تحریم‌های تسلیحاتی رژیم. در اینجا تاکید می‌کنم هر دولتی که به رشوه‌های کلان این رژیم طمع ببنده، مار در آستین دنیا میپروراند و این یک نظریه اشتباه است که با کاهش تحریم‌های بین‌المللی ممکن است این رژیم از ستیزه جویی دست بردارد. هرگز. از قضا در سایه برجام بود که تروریسم این رژیم در اروپا افسار گسیخت. اخیراً وزیر خارجه آمریکا در مقاله‌ای در فیگارو، روزنامه فرانسوی، به درستی نوشت که رژیم ایران به مماشات غرب با خونریزی و جنگ طلبی پاسخ داد و اینکه سیاست مماشات هیچ سودی به جز پیشبرد استراتژی کلان رژیم ایران در بر نداشته است و باز اون یادآوری کرد که وحشیگری‌های این رژیم را نخست خود مردم ایران متحمل می‌شوند که تنها در سال گذشته حدود 1500 معترض را این رژیم کشت. بله، این مقاومت ایران بود که از آغاز هشدار داد امتیاز دادن به آخوندها آنها را جری‌تر می‌کند. از جمله 10 سال پیش در بهمن 1389 در پارلمان اروپا در بروکسل، قبل از کشتار 19 فروردین در اشرف، گفتم که امتیاز دادن به این رژیم مثل غذا دادن به تمساح است و آخوندها را حریص‌تر و افراطی‌تر می کند. و حالا بعد از 10 دهه نگاه کنید، برای اولین بار در تاریخ معاصر در اروپا یک دیپلمات بمبگذار دستگیر شده در آلمان رو می‌بینیم که 2 سال است در بلژیک زندانی است. فکرش رو بکنید که اگر این بمب در گرد همایی ما در ویلپند عمل می‌کرد چه می‌شد؟ همچنین به دلیل توطئه‌های این رژیم در 2 سال اخیر 7 نفر از دیپلماتاش از فرانسه، آلبانی و هلند اخراج شدند. از طرف دیگه باید بگم که قیام‌های مردم ایران از دی ماه 96 تا آبان و دی 98 همه توهمات رو درباره ثبات ناداشته رژیم دیکتاتوری دینی از بین برده است. اکنون این رژیم خونخوار و مستبد به ضعیف‌ترین موقعیت خودش رسیده. در چنین شرایطی کمک به آخوندها فقط درد و رنج مردم ایران را بیشتر می کند، اما هرگز قادر به نجات رژیم از سرنگونی نیست. پس من دوباره و 100 باره خواست مردم ایران را تکرار و تأکید می کنم. حقوق بشر برای تمام مردم ایران، تحریم همه جانبه دیکتاتوری مذهبی و به رسمیت شناختن مقاومت مردم ایران و نبرد شورشگران برای آزادی. در زمینه حقوق بشر توجه دولت‌ها و مشخصاً توجه ملل متحد رو به گزارش عفو بین الملل جلب می‌کنم که بازداشت‌های گسترده، ناپدیدسازی و شکنجه معترضان در قیام آبان رو گواهی کرده و خاطر نشان کرده که آخوندها عامدانه از سلاح‌های مرگبار استفاده کردند و فقط ظرف چند روز بیش از 7,000 مرد، زن و کودک بین 10 تا 18 سال رو دستگیر کردند. راستی چرا ملل متحد و شورای امنیت به فجایعی این نمی پردازد که با دستور مستقیم خامنه‌ای در روزهای بعد از قیام آبان شکل گرفت؟ چرا ملل متحد و شورای امنیت این رژیم را به قبول هیئت‌های بین المللی برای بازدید از زندان‌های سراسر ایران و دیدار با زندانیان، به ویژه زندانیان قیام، وادار نمی‌کند؟ همین حالا شماری از زندانیان هوادار مجاهدین در بیدادگاه اوین به عنوان محارب محکوم شدند. اونها در معرض اعدامند. از مردم جهان و ملل متحد برای نجات جان آنها استمداد می‌کنم و خواهان اقدام بلادرنگ هم برای آنها و هم برای همه زندانیان هستم. تأکید می‌کنم که پرونده قتل عام 67 و قتل عام آبان 98 باید به شورای امنیت ارجاع شود. مسئولیت برای خامنه‌ای و سران و سرکردگان این رژیم دیگر کافی است. آنها باید در برابر عدالت قرار بگیرند. در زمینه تحریم ها هم خاطر نشان می کنم مردم ایران که در آبان گذشته به خاطر اعتراض به افزایش قیمت بنزین مورد حمله و کشتار قرار گرفتند، خواهان قطع شریان سوخترسانی به ماشین سرکوب و تروریسم آخوندها هستند. مطابق گزارش‌های دولتی سالانه میلیاردها دلار از درآمد نفت کشور ناپدید میشه. یعنی سر از صندوق خامنه‌ای در میاره. حرف ما این است: رژیم آخوندی را تحریم کنید. تحریم این رژیم به مقابله با تروریسم و سرکوب و فساد کمک می کند. اما هر دلاری که به این رژیم داده شود فشنگی است برای شلیک به جوانان ایران یا عراق و سوریه و یمن. مردم ایران نه تأسیسات غنیسازی هسته‌ای می‌خواهند، نه برنامه موشک بالستیک و نه جنگ و جنایت رژیم در سوریه و عراق و یمن و لبنان. بله، مردم ایران اینها را نمی‌خواهند. و در انتها می‌خواهم در زمینه مقاومت و نبرد شورشگران برای آزادی در ایران یکی از آخرین پیام‌های پهلوان نوید، قهرمان کشتی رو یادآوری کنم. اون درباره نبردش با رژیم ولایت فقیه گفت که با ناجوانمردترین حریف تاریخ بشریت دست و پنجه نرم کرده است. بله، این ناجوانمردترین حریف تاریخ بشریت بی تردید با قیام‌ها و نبرد جوانان شورشگر و مجاهدان آزادی و ارتش بزرگ آزادی سرنگون خواهد شد. از همه شما متشکرم.
We are so honored to be joined by a great friend of the Iranian resistance. I am honored to present to you the renowned Mayor Rudy Giuliani.
Good afternoon, or morning, I'm not sure. Madam Rajavi, all those dedicated to freedom and peace, for the great people of Iran who are gathered to listen to this broadcast. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to address you, particularly at a time of year where we're used to getting together in New York, in front of the United Nations. We've been doing it, I've been doing it at least with you for, my goodness, it seems like 15, 16 years. And we've been through a lot. And if I think back to the first time I was there, which I believe was in 2008, things have changed a lot. And although we'd like to see it change even more, and it will, you have made a lot of progress, particularly under the leadership of Madam Rajavi. Now, the regime is showing every indication that they're on their last legs by every historical measure. It's true, that isn't reported as widely or as strongly as it should be. It's a story that isn't even known all that well in America, because there is, I believe, an unholy alliance with much of the left-wing press to protect the Iranian regime of terror. Hard for me to understand why. Everyone knows, whether it's the left-wing press or the Europeans who appease them, that they are a regime of terror. That from the day they started, back in the late 1970s until now, every year is a year of slaughter, deprivation of human rights, imprisonment. Probably the worst record in the world. Probably the regime that's killed more of its own people, and without any doubt, the regime that sponsors terrorism more than anyone else. And despite that, they receive support from nations that should know better. And that's something we have to change. What we don't have to change is the strong resolve of the administration in Washington. The United States is finally on the right side and on the side of freedom and democracy. For too long, over the prior 8 years to the Trump administration, the United States, without any doubt, was much strongly sympathetic to Iran than it was to our cause, or to Israel, or to the Arab states. It seemed like a priority to obtain a meaningless, actually a dangerous nuclear agreement. Such a priority that the prior administration gave the regime of terror, even though it's a sponsor of terrorism, over $1 billion in cash. At least that's what we know about. Again, why? There's no reason for it, nor is there any reason for the European governments refusing to impose the highest possible sanctions on Iran, as the United States is doing, and as hopefully will be the case when the UN sanctions, I believe it is tomorrow, snap back. The only thing that has shown any sign that you can affect this regime are sanctions. And since the administration has changed from an administration that was very conciliatory to Iran, appeasing Iran as much, if not more, than the European governments, to an administration that has imposed sanctions, there's been a complete difference in what's going on there. So when Donald Trump first came into office, he merely began enforcing the sanctions that were already there. That was even before he imposed new sanctions. And immediately, there was a substantial impact on Iran, which says to me that the prior administration really wasn't even enforcing the sanctions that were in place. We kind of knew that, but the best demonstration of that is the first 4 or 5 months of the new administration, and all of a sudden you see a much, much bigger impact on the economy of Iran. And then successively, those sanctions have been made more severe, and we have had some others join us in enforcing sanctions in a more honest way. We still don't have anywhere near everyone. That pressure has brought about the protests in Iran that started 2 years ago and have remained continuous and get more and more support. It began, of course, with people who have been fighting for freedom for forever, from the beginning of the regime, and people who have dedicated themselves to that. But now it extends way beyond that to the general population. So you see protests by teachers, you see protests by bus drivers, you see protests by other professions and industries, and people who have suffered because the regime simply doesn't take care of its people, as well as at will slaughters them. And we found in the history of overthrowing monsters like this that very, very often the thing that does it is the deprivation of material goods, particularly food. And that's happening in Iran. So the world is now facing a crucial question. And it goes to the policy on Iran. And the dispute is around whether the arms embargo against the regime should be lifted or more severe sanctions should be imposed. Tomorrow, the 30-day required for the reimposition of the UN sanctions will run out. By every indication, including the statement by the Secretary General of the United Nations, it will be reimposed. And that's critical to keep at least the status quo in place. But we have to go beyond that. This is the time to do it. When you have them on the ropes, this is the time to apply even more pressure. Other countries, including the Europeans, have refused to fully support the United States. And it's an act really of supreme cowardice. All these European governments claim to be dedicated to freedom and democracy and the love of human rights and wanting to see a world in which people are treated fairly and decently. And think of the French Revolution coming after the American Revolution based on those principles. Well, the French have abandoned those principles. And so have many of the other European countries, because they've turned their back on a barbaric regime with which they are doing business and also failing to use recommended and proven methods of pressure that could deliver the Iranian people from bondage. Don't understand it, except greed. I don't understand it because all of these regimes, well, not all, but all of these European countries try to lecture all of us on human rights. Try to lecture the United States, they try to lecture everyone. And they supposedly have great regard for human rights. What about the human rights of the Iranians? What about the human rights of countries that the Iranians have dramatically damaged by their support for terrorism? And I just present the logical proposition to them that if they agree that Iran is the biggest state sponsor of terrorism, there's no dispute about that. That means that all of the money that they are giving to Iran through whatever commercial arrangements they have, despite the money they're making, and all the help that it gives Iran with their turning their eyes and turning their back from the barbaric acts of the Iranian regime, all of that is getting people killed. If you give money to an organization that's the biggest sponsor of terrorism, then I don't know. Don't you realize that that money is going to terrorists? And what do terrorists do? They kill people. I found it disgusting, horrible, and I thought illegal for the president of the United States to turn over to them in cash over $1 billion. First of all, I found it's being turned over in cash the way criminals do it. Reminds me of the drug transactions and the illegal arms trade that I used to prosecute as the United States attorney. To turn over cash to a regime that murders more people than just about any regime on earth by a United States president shows some real deterioration in America's honor, morality, and really care for human rights and human suffering. One of the most embarrassing and damaging acts in American foreign policy, only to be exceeded by the agreement that was reached, allowing Iran to become a nuclear power. Of course, they were part of the same thing, because the cash came along with the agreement. Not enough that we're going to let them become a nuclear power. Also gave them money. Of course, the perpetrators who did it say, oh, they were owed the money because the money had been tied up. No, they weren't owed the money. They're not the proper regime of Iran. They took it in a violent revolution. And then a second violent revolution with the people that they had originally succeeded in overthrowing the Shah. They double-crossed those people and killed very, very, very many of them. And if we would pay attention to Iran with just a little bit of concentration beyond the cover-ups that we get in the New York Times and the Washington Post, and where the Iranian propaganda machine has somehow prevailed, they are presently killing people, in some cases at record rates. They certainly are killing people associated with us. They're killing people way beyond that as well. They're a regime that's desperate now, and desperate regimes strike out very, very harshly. And that's probably one of the best indications that they are. It has not changed in Iran. It's worse, and it's getting worse. I mean, just recently, they executed the wrestling champion, Navid Afaki. His only crime was he was doing what hundreds of thousands have done in the United States, sometimes to the point of creating riots in the United States. Of course, they're all protected, all those people. But Mr. Afaki lost his life because he was protesting the barbarity of the regime, which is not in dispute, that they are barbaric. Mustafa Salahi was very recently executed for the same crime. In just recent days, the MEK announced that at least 29 political prisoners are on death row. They execute more people than any country on earth, and they execute more people for non-crimes than anyone. The crime these 29 people, I believe, are charged with, and I shouldn't even say convicted, because I don't think they have a proper method for determining whether somebody's innocent or guilty. But if they're guilty of opposing the regime. Opposing the regime. And that isn't a barbaric dictatorship that you should not be doing business with. I mean, some of them are condemned to death under the charge enmity to God. Now we're going back to the Inquisition, the Salem witch hunts, superstitious murders. Where in any decent understanding of God is the notion that people are executed in his name, any more than using airplanes to crash into buildings and to kill thousands of innocent people is somehow sanctioned by God. No, it's sanctioned by Satan, and it's satanic and demonic rather than holy acts. A report published by Amnesty International just on September 2nd, 2020 is called, and this title tells you all, Trampling Humanity, Mass Arrest, Disappearance, and Torture since Iran's 2019 November protests. Trampling humanity, mass arrest, disappearance, and torture since Iran's 2019 November protests. If you need any further proof that Iran is still the regime of terror that it has always been, that Iran is a cold-blooded murderer of its own people, that Iran exports terrorism to other places so that other innocent people are killed, then just read this report or just exercise your common sense and look. Please don't become like the cowardly Europeans and back away. And my goodness, please don't back away for greed. There's not enough money for people to sell their souls, is there? I guess in Europe, there is. If you think the Iranian people are going to suffer from this, yes, they will suffer from it. The way the people of South Africa suffered from sanctions, only to have that be the thing that delivered freedom to them. Well, people of Iran are willing to suffer for freedom. They're willing to die for freedom, as they show. Why wouldn't they be willing to suffer deprivation for freedom? 300 Iranian associations representing the vast diversity of the Iranian diaspora have issued a joint statement demanding reimposition. And there are 200 European parliamentarians have also made it clear on the record that they want to maintain the arms embargo, they want to reimpose the UN sanctions, and would like to go further. The regime of terror has increased its terrorist activities. I gave you some examples. There are many, many more against the Iranian opposition, that is, against the National Council of Resistance of Iran and the MEK. Just a few examples that I know of personally, or I should say a few examples that personally involve me and then a few that I know of. I still remember as if it was yesterday, the New Year's celebration in March of 2018 that I was invited to and very honored to be invited to by Madame Rajavi, and we did it together. And of course, I was quite surprised, I should not have been, that 4 people were arrested either that day or the day before in Albania for planning to bomb us, including an Iranian diplomat. So there's no question it was coming directly from Iran. And then that same year, a few months later, another group of 4 people were arrested in Belgium or France, right on the border, with explosives and plans to come and bomb our convention on June 30th of 2018 with the intention of killing Madame Rajavi and as many of us as possible. And since then, there have been other incidents not having gotten to exactly that dramatic a level. So, yes, the people of Iran are suffering, but I want you to know every time you come to one of these events, there's always a risk. And the fact that you come when we have them shows tremendous courage and your great, great love for freedom. Three things must be the priorities: the suffering of the Iranian people under this regime and their desire for change. They're suffering more than most people in the world, but their desire for change is close to universal. They've had enough of this regime, and not only are they aware now of many of their atrocities and barbarity, but they're suffering from the normal thing that usually brings about overthrow of these horrible regimes, and that is deprivation at a very, very basic level. Very basic level. It's a shame that it has to be done that way. It would be better if it could be done another way. But I mean, short of war, there is no other way to do it. Second, preventing the regime from obtaining nuclear weapons. This is a necessity for the preservation of the world, but certainly for the preservation of Iran. A regime as rationally unhinged as Iran is certainly not a regime that should be entrusted with nuclear weapons. I mean, they could initiate something that would end up in the complete destruction of Iran and destruction of other places in the world. That's not something that civilized people should have to worry about. And whatever agreement there is with Iran, it cannot contemplate Iran being a nuclear power. It must be a nation that forgoes nuclear weapons in order to keep the region and the world safe, and in order to keep Iran safe. And then finally, there must be an end to the regime's destructive meddling in the activities of other countries in the region and terrorism all throughout the world. That idea that they're the largest sponsor of terrorism, they want to make peace. They can't sponsor terrorism. Terrorism and peace don't go together. Making agreements with people that continue to sponsor terrorism are just agreements in name only. In fact, they're even more dangerous. Better recognize your enemy and keep them under very close surveillance rather than getting fooled by a phony agreement. The real solution and the right policy for all countries is to decide with the Iranian people. Every decent person knows that in the soul of the Iranian citizen, educated people, cultured people, with a tradition and a civilization that goes back more than most, there is a burning desire to be able to control their own lives, to be able to control their own nation, to be able to be a proud nation that is respected all over the world rather than despised because of the murder that's done both within its own country and throughout the world. This organization that is sponsoring this discussion, whether we say the MEK or the NCRI, presents a dramatic democratic alternative to this regime of terror. They have a government in waiting that can take Iran through the transition. We're not facing what we faced in other Arab and countries in the region. We're not facing the, oh my goodness, what will follow them? Will it be worse? Well, it was worse in Egypt. Arguably, it was worse in Libya because we hadn't focused on not so much who would permanently replace. That ends up taking about a year and a half to figure out the process by which you make a fair decision. But we have a government in exile that's been developed with care, so you wouldn't lose any time in making sure that the country moves forward with great prosperity. And for that, and for assembling that, we owe Madame Rajavi just a great debt of gratitude. Iran is deathly afraid of Madame Rajavi's whole vision for a future Iran. Let's just see if we can summarize it. Her 10 points, we'll summarize the most important ones. Madame Rajavi wants to have a free Iran. Madame Rajavi wants to have an Iran in which the president, prime minister, legislators are selected by the people. And she will act as an interim leader, but won't act for any lengthy period of time. And she'll subject herself, and everyone will, to elections. An Iran that has a rule of law, that has courts that are actually fair to people and allow people who are being subjugated by the governments or other powerful forces to go somewhere and be able to stop it. A police and a criminal justice system that's a fair one. And also a country that respects human rights, does away with capital punishment. Exactly what is very much needed in that region. It would be a very strong stabilizing force. There are many more things that she wants to do, but the most important thing to think about is she wants to create a modern democracy, a modern republic, and a government that is founded on, based on, the same core principles of the United States of America: liberty, equality, free speech, freedom of religion, women being part of the government, which is symbolized by her leading the government and having many women in the ministry positions and the secondary positions. This would be a wonderful thing for the Middle East and for the country to see this happen. It would indicate that we're turning the corner on Muslim or Islamic extremist terrorism, and that there are so many good people that are broadly, looked at in that umbrella of Muslim and Arab, and there are feelings of fear. There shouldn't be. Most people among the Arab people and the Muslim people are good people. And through working so long and so hard with the MEK, they've taught me a great deal. So You know you have my support. Anything I can do to get to the result of a non-nuclear, free Iran with a government that allows the people to select and a government that protects the rights of the people. Oh, that would be such a great day. And you know, I'm looking forward to, in that day, coming to Tehran with you and celebrating the return of the great capital of Tehran and Iran and the great contribution of the Persian people to the civilization of the world. Again, my heartfelt thanks to Madam Rajavi, to Farzeen, to her entire group of supporters. I had the pleasure last year of staying with them for several days and getting to know them. And these are good people. They're doing this to try to save their country. And they are making progress. They'll make even more progress with more support. And I plead with the European representatives to this gathering to cooperate, to give them some of the room that they need to make tough and difficult decisions. So once again, thank you very much. Thank you for your tremendous dedication to this cause. And maybe next year I'll see you in Tehran, huh? Be great. God bless you.
And I share his optimism for a new Tehran. Our next speaker joins us from London, the first Secretary of the State of Wales and former Minister of Brexit. With great pleasure right now, I would like to introduce to you the Honourable David Jones.
Madam Rajavi, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to join you from London at this important conference. And it's a particular privilege to speak immediately after Mayor Giuliani. And I'm also pleased to see Senator Joe Lieberman there, who I met some years ago in New York City. He probably doesn't remember me. But this is certainly a timely event because, as we know, the annual general debate of the UN General Assembly opened 3 days ago. And I believe this year's gathering of world leaders in New York City is even more significant than usual because Iran is at a pivotal moment in its history. We have now seen 3 years of repeated anti-regime protests in Iran, ongoing workers' strikes across the country, rejecting the ruling theocracy and demanding genuine democracy and change in that country. We've seen the regime responding, and they continue to respond by stepping up domestic repression, mass arrests, executions, torture, and the killing of 1,500 protesters. The regime has resorted to terrorist attacks against members of the organized Iranian opposition, the MEK in Albania. And as we've just heard from Mayor Giuliani, an Iranian diplomat is currently awaiting trial in Belgium for allegedly masterminding a bomb plot against the NCRI, targeting its president, you, Madame Rajavi, and thousands of others, including members of my own staff from many other nations across the world gathering in Paris. There's no doubt that the mullahs are now clearly fearful of the imminent explosion of society in Iran, and yet they continue to defy international opinion. A case in point recently was their refusal to intervene to stop the callous execution of the Iranian champion wrestler and political prisoner Navid Afkari, despite a global outcry. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, that Iran is now at a pivotal moment. And I therefore believe that my country, the United Kingdom, is mistaken, along with the two European powers, France and Germany, in its adherence to the flawed nuclear deal, which doesn't hold the regime to account and does nothing to counter its unacceptable behavior at home, throughout the region, and indeed across the world. In fact, I think it arguably has the opposite consequences to its intended effect. It emboldens the regime to continue its domestic crackdown on popular protesters and exports terrorism to the wider region. Now, that's why I argued in an article I wrote for the Daily Telegraph earlier this week that the United Kingdom should instead side with its staunch ally, the United States, not the European Union, which we've just left, in taking a tougher stance on Iran's totalitarian regime. I stressed that the UK should support the reimposition of UN sanctions to maintain pressure on the regime and to assume leadership of an international inquiry into the 1998 massacre of 30,000 political prisoners in Iran. And I'm glad to say that 215 politicians from 24 countries across Europe have also called for the reimposition of sanctions. Now, the coming debate in the UN General Assembly offers an opportunity for the UK and the US to press for the continuation of those sanctions, encouraging other nations to follow the principled approach based on a hard-headed response to the reality of the situation in Iran and not to follow appeasement. By adopting a firm resolve to hold the regime's leaders to account at an international level for past crimes against humanity and current serious human rights violations, the UK and the US and other Western democracies should align themselves with the people of Iran and the pro-democracy movement that's led by Madame Rajavi, supporting a viable Iranian-made solution to the current regime in Tehran. This week, we celebrated Battle of Britain Day, which marked the victory of the United Kingdom over Hitler, when we, as a country, stood alone for democracy against the most appalling fascist dictatorship. During World War II, under the leadership of Winston Churchill, the United Kingdom supported resistance movements throughout Europe against the Nazi regime. And in succeeding decades, the United Kingdom and the United States supported popular movements in East Europe during the Cold War. We did all this together because of our shared conviction that British and United States interests converged with the democratic aspirations of those people. And today, colleagues, the same is true in the case of Iran. I say that the United States and the United Kingdom, as countries devoted to the cause of freedom, should stand with the Iranian people and the NCRI in their struggle to establish a free, democratic, and secular republic in Iran. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much. Thank you so much. Some very interesting points there from retired Honorable David Jones. So good to have him here. Now, we are very fortunate to have joining us a great man who has had 40 years of military service to the American people. He is the former National Security Advisor to President Obama. Please join me in welcoming General James Jones.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction, and let me applaud the remarks by the two previous speakers and tell you that I align myself completely with everything they said, and I don't plan on repeating those very eloquent words. I would like to pay my respects to Mrs. Rajavi and everyone associated with the movement to free Iran. This is my 10th year involved in this wonderful effort. a wonderful humanitarian effort. I have witnessed over the last 10 years scandalous, outrageous, unspeakable cruelty on the part of the Iranian regime towards its own people. There is no question that Iran is the number one exporter of and supporter of global terrorism in many parts of the world. They continually cause difficulties politically and diplomatically. And there's no question that their ultimate goal is to develop weapons of mass destruction, especially nuclear weapons. So this is a regime that has clearly identified itself as the enemy of freedom-loving people. It has a judicial system that routinely assassinates and arrests and executes innocent people by any global standard. Mayor Giuliani mentioned the Iranian champion wrestler Navid Afkari, despite a global outcry and protest, was executed. They have reportedly made threats to assassinate a U.S. ambassador in retaliation for the rightful removal from the planet of Major General Qasem Soleimani, who himself is responsible for the death of hundreds, if not thousands, of people. So what Iran is and what it has been for the past few decades is beyond question. The question is, what do we do about it? I believe that the world community is increasingly willing to isolate evil regimes through sanctions and condemnation. If you just witness the current agreements executed in Washington, that certainly would send shockwaves through Tehran, because obviously the circle of countries that are in direct opposition to what Iran stands for today is growing by leaps and bounds. Today there are 4 principal threats to freedom on the planet. They are China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. And I think that the clear lines are forming in the defense of those freedoms and democratic values. The world community is uniting, but we still must do more. I believe that there should be more isolation of the leaders of those countries, especially the Iranian leaders. Internationally, they should not be welcome in organizations that are free and democratic, as long as they continue their crimes against humanity. We must continue to support the Iranian people wherever possible. The analogy of World War II that was just mentioned by David Jones is absolutely spot on in terms of what it is we can and must do to support the NCRI and support the people of Iran, because ultimately it will be them who will topple the regime. And despite everything else that we can do, it will be the people of Iran that will rise up, hopefully in the near future, to usher in a new wave and a new history for the great Iranian people. And Iran will once again be welcomed into the community of nations. Ladies and gentlemen, I've had the privilege of doing many things in my life, but none more worthwhile than being part of this great effort in the cause of freedom for the oppressed people of Iran. I am deeply appreciative of the leadership that Mrs. Rajavi has provided and the 10 points that are Jeffersonian in their principles, and hopefully someday will come to pass in the not too distant future. For my part, I intend to continue in this noble cause for as long as it takes to see the freedom, the just freedom that Iranian people deserve. And I look forward to the day when we will gather in Tehran to celebrate that achieved goal that all nations should strive to help achieve as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Greetings to all of you, friends, partners, allies of the resistance, and all participants in this wonderful virtual meeting across the world. Today, we all join together with one voice and one goal, and that is the fall of the mullahs regime and freedom and democracy for Iran. Today, our voices here are the voices of those who are killed in even solitary confinement under the torture of Khamenei's henchmen. Voices of all innocents who are executed only for raising their voice for freedom of speech. Now, the musical pieces you will be hearing today is called My Great Homeland, which is a combination of Iranian folk song and songs of the late Iranian composers. We dedicate this piece to the last martyr of freedom in Iran, Navid Afkari, the champion.
Thank you so much to Kamiar Izadpana. That was truly a pretty incredible display. As a former opera singer myself, I appreciate all the instruments that he managed to play, from percussion to string. Really quite a talent, and tremendous Iranian folk music that we just had the privilege of hearing. I want to also thank General James Jones for his comments earlier. Our next speaker, everyone, is a truly extraordinary man. He is a 4-star general. He's former chief of staff of the U.S. Army. He's a great friend of the Iranian people and a great friend of the resistance. He's also a great friend of mine. I am so happy and honored to present to you General Jack Keane. General Jack Keane.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you, my Iranian friends, once again. And I want to thank my dear friend, Trish Reagan, an acclaimed international journalist and broadcaster, for moderating this great event. I'm so honored to be with the National Council of Resistance of Iran, the MEK, and your exceptional, courageous leader, Maryam Rajavi. It is so fitting that I stand here before the U.S. Capitol, the living symbol of the oldest and most prosperous democracy in the world, whose people, Americans, resisted tyranny and authoritarian control, who fought and died for their freedom. Now, 244 years later, I join my American colleagues in fully supporting your resistance movement, your drive for a free Iran, your willingness under the leadership of Maryam Rajavi to inspire the people of Iran and the people around the world by vividly bringing to the world's attention the struggle of the Iranian people for their freedom. Just in the last year, 1,500 brave Iranian people were killed by the mullahs because they protested against the regime's tyranny. 12,000 are in prison and are being tortured. And as noted, the hero, Mr. Afkari, who was in prison, who was tortured, was murdered this week by the mullahs. His name is added to the 120,000 Iranian people that have been murdered by this heinous regime. The brave Iranian souls put everything at risk in their lives for love of country and the freedom of the Iranian people. This is true honor. Let their example fuel our determination and our persistence to vigorously support the fight for a free Iran. The momentum is truly shifting very dramatically against the mullahs. Just this week in Washington, D.C., at an event at the White House that I was invited to attend, Arab leaders signed an agreement with Israel to normalize relations. This is not just an historical event. It's a geopolitical paradigm shift. The catalyst and initiative began when President Trump made his first international trip to Riyadh in July 2017. With 54 leaders from the Middle East present, he promised the following: I stand side by side with you against Iran, the major strategic threat to the region. Together, we will confront Iran's aggression and their malign behavior. And so, with that statement, a United States president ended 40 years of appeasing Iran under the leadership of Democratic and Republican American presidents. To underscore the U.S. commitment to further isolate Iran, President Trump withdrew from the JCPOA the following year in 2018, which had provided the mullahs with over $100 billion to fuel their proxy wars and state-sponsored terrorism, while providing Iran an uninterrupted path to a nuclear weapon. What an absurdity that was. And just this year, to further demonstrate U.S. commitment to regional security, Qasem Soleimani, the Quds Force commander, who organized and ran the Iranian proxy wars in the Middle East and the terror campaigns worldwide, and as we all know, is the chief enforcer for the mullahs in brutalizing and killing the Iranian people when they demonstrate, he was finally killed, as it should have been a number of years ago.
This is also, his death, a major turning point for the leaders in the region to begin to form an alliance against Iran. Why? Because they know for a fact that now the United States has clearly got their backs. Many of us have been seeking for years the formation of an Arab, which includes Israel, with its single purpose and primary goal to counter the Iranian threat, similar to the transatlantic alliance that so successfully confronted the Soviet Union, which led to its collapse. Make no mistake, what happened in Washington, D.C. this week is only the beginning of a political, economic, and military alliance to confront Iran, where many other countries will join and participate. There is universal agreement in the region that it is Iran that is adversely impacting regional stability and security. It is Iranian malign behavior that undercuts the economic, commercial, and cultural development in the Middle East.
The United States is pushing the UN in the direction of sustaining the arms agreement against the regime, which obviously needs to be continued.
The Iranian regime, as we know now, is more isolated than they have ever been in 40 years. And the alliance of countries in the region for the first time will certainly further that isolation. President Reagan and NATO did not want to go to war with the Soviet Union, but it was NATO's collective strength and resolve that contributed to the internal collapse of the Soviet Union. Their communist system simply broke down. President Trump does not want war with Iran either. Frankly, he has demonstrated considerable restraint. Despite Iran's aggression, no U.S. response to an American drone being shot down, the destruction of 40% of the largest oil fields in the Middle East, or the interruption and bombing of oil tankers in the Persian Gulf. And finally, no response to an Iranian attack on a U.S. base in Iraq after killing Soleimani.
What the United States is pursuing is a maximum pressure campaign to significantly reduce Iran's revenues and resources. The sale of oil, as we know, is down 90%. Inflation has spiraled out of control, and Iran's economy is generally failing. Not surprising, the Iranian people don't blame America. They correctly blame the mullahs and the IRGC.
Just as the communist system failed the peoples of Russia and Eastern Europe, the mullah system is failing the Iranian people.
Ali Khamenei and the mullahs desperately tried to create a global economic crisis by attempting to disrupt the flow of oil in the Persian Gulf, but failed miserably. The mullahs' goal to pressure the international community to force the United States to end the pressure campaign also failed. The people of Iran recognize that the mullahs are back on their heels. The regime is much weaker, more vulnerable, largely defensive, and more isolated than ever. The Iranian people see and feel the momentum gaining against the mullahs. The Iranian people know full well that they are the point of the spear. The Iranian people know they are on a path to regime change. Not only are they in the streets demonstrating against the regime, risking their lives, but they are part of the espionage and sabotage campaign that has resulted in dozens of explosions and fires at plants and regime facilities, to include an advanced centrifuge nuclear plant and a missile production facility. The United States and the international community are with the Iranian people in their struggle for regime change and for freedom. We in the United States are inspired by the Iranian people's raw courage and by Maryam Rajavi's leadership and what she will achieve as president of a free Iran. We identify completely with the chants of the Iranian people in the streets of Iran. Shame on you, Khamenei. Leave our country alone. No to Gaza. No to Lebanon. No to Syria. We sacrifice our lives for Iran. Mullahs get lost. Free Iran. Free Iran, free Iran. Thank you so much. God bless the Iranian people, and God bless America.
Okay. General Jack Keane for a tremendous speech. I'll tell you, he is a pretty incredible person that I know is very much a supporter of freedom in Iran and of the resistance. I have spoken to him over the years and heard direct from him, as you just did, his passion for what can be and what should be and what will be there in the now troubled state of Iran. Our thanks to General Jack Keane. Very, very powerful words indeed. Now, I am so happy to bring to you a great supporter of the Iranian resistance from Albania. We have with us right now the former Prime Minister of Albania. Please welcome Minister of State, Mr. Pandeli Majko.
Dear friends, I will try to do some short remarks because I don't want to repeat my colleagues, but I think that it's very important this kind of discussioning about Iran's status in the international relation. This is a crucial issue. Iran has become a state in expansion. The armed forces paid for by Iran have been placed in a wider area than this country has in its sovereignty. Today, Iran is the main geopolitical factor working towards a radical division between East and West. This division is conflicting. It is turning the Middle East into an unprecedented battlefield with soldiers without official uniforms. These wartime volunteers are becoming role models for other countries as well. The aggravated economic situation in Iran could have serious consequences for inciting extreme actions by the regime. The Middle East is turning into a military and humanitarian challenge. Iran's status today is a reminiscent of Japan's status in the League of Nations before the World War II. In this situation, the United Nations should be cautious and prepared. There is no other alternative than strengthening the NATO alliance. The Balkans are feeling the pressure of so-called Cold War between Greece and Turkey. It is clear that any vacuum left by the West will be filled by Iran in the name of so-called Eastern policy. I do not want to think that the West may face an Eastern alliance in the future. This would strengthen the status of official Tehran in the Middle East. In this crisis situation, cooperation with peace partners in the region is of fundamental importance. The Mujahideen and Madame Rajavi, the women of peace, are the alternative for a lasting peace between East and the West. In the future, they may turn into an alternative for internal dialogue in Iranian society. Their survival gives hope not only for freedom in Iran, but also for the relationship between East and West. Albania has given shelter to the Mujahideen opposition that was endangered in the Camp Ashraf in Iraq. We have helped Mujahideens, but also ourselves from the negative influence of Tehran. Not long ago, the Albanian government expelled the ambassador of Tehran as unwanted. Albania is a small country. We have realized that in these times, self-awareness and careful attentiveness are vital. When you pretend, you forget who you are. Our choice is self-affirmation. This is the reason that we are honored that Albania have been considered a second home for the opposition of Iran, for the future of freedom in Iran. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the Prime Minister of Albania, Pandeli Majko. Thank you for addressing the conference. You know, at this point, I have the pleasure of introducing another great friend of the Iranian people and the resistance, the chairman of the Republican Committee and member of the Senate Intelligence Committee. I want to bring to you right now Senator Blunt.
It's great to join you as we talk about more freedom and more tolerance in Iran. The Iranian regime remains the leading state sponsor of terrorism, continues to defy warnings from the international community to abandon its nuclear program, and blatantly violates its treaty obligations, not to mention its blatant disregard for human rights. Iran's threatened to wipe one of our closest allies, Israel, off the map. They've violated multiple legally binding arms embargoes established by the UN Security Council, and they continue to violate international restrictions by advancing their ballistic missile program. Iran's a force for destruction and destabilization in the Middle East and around the world. The Iranian regime funds and provides weapons to the Shia militias in Iraq, provides arms and military forces to the brutal Assad regime in Syria, supports Hezbollah terrorists in Lebanon, and provides advanced weapons to Houthi rebels in Yemen. Hundreds of U.S. military personnel in Iraq were either killed or injured by IED sponsored by Iranian forces. And by the way, at this moment, Iran is trying their best to interfere in America's election process with putting false information out there on way more than a daily basis, purporting to come from other sources, but we know where it's coming from, and we're going to do what we need to stop that. As the coronavirus began to spread around the world, the Iranian regime neglected the well-being of its own people. It suppressed information about the outbreak. Iran's leaders have refused offers that our country, the United States, has given of assistance to combat the virus, and they've revoked approval of support teams for international medical humanitarian organizations. It really seems that there's no limit that they won't go to harm the citizens of Iran. The Iranian people deserve better care and protection from their government. And they should be permitted to benefit from humanitarian assistance that's already exempt from sanctions. One obstacle to a better life for the Iranian people was the removal of Soleimani when he was killed earlier this year. A failing regime in Iran has done everything it can to make that former commander of the Quds Force a martyr. But we all understand the cause of terrorism was his singular goal. He was a bad person. He spent his career far outside the boundaries of any civilized nation and what that nation would consider acceptable behavior. He pretended to be a high-ranking military official, but really was a terrorist in a uniform. If your idea of a leading general is a general that leads in terrorist efforts, I think you've got the wrong idea of what a military leader is supposed to do. We understand that that's how people in control of Iran today, however, look at what's a reasonable way to act in a world that they want to be more turmoil, not less turmoil, the kind of daily turmoil that they create in their own country. Now, thankfully, that evil person, the determined enemy of freedom and democracy in the United States, was eliminated, and frankly, that elimination allows us some breathing room as they try to reconsolidate and to determine who's going to get the power that Soleimani had taken for himself. Despite the hopes that the previous administration had for moderation, Iran has just simply increased its destructive activities after the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. The JCPOA did not work. Strengthening sanctions on Iran is an appropriate response to Iran's continued aggression. The Iranian sanction regime is the best tool we have to hold Iran accountable, and one we really need to continue to keep. We hate the impact that sanctions have had on the people of Iran, but the people of Iran have paid a much bigger price than dealing with sanctions because of the bad behavior of their government. They pay that big price because their government does behave badly and behaves badly toward them. I think it's clear that their activity of this government, the behavior of the Iranian government, hasn't changed much in the last couple of years after the nuclear agreement. It continues to present a significant threat to U.S. interest, and they're going to have to be held accountable for that. I've long stood with you in your fight to ensure that we determine to never forget the residents of Camp Ashraf or forget our commitment to the people who were there. We worked really hard jointly, you and I working together with many of my colleagues and many of my former colleagues to see that we kept our word. I was able to visit so many of you in Albania just a couple of years ago. I was also able to lead meetings of a congressional delegation on that same trip with Albanian leaders. I've had Albanian leaders since that trip, including the president, in my office in Washington to talk about the needs that need to be respected and the needs that need to be understood of people in Albania. Now, another thing this really does, frankly, it allows more time to be focused on Iran than the time we were focusing on getting people to safety out of Camp Ashraf. But it also is important to look at the great accomplishments that they have made in the building and the vitalization of their new location in Albania. Hopefully that won't be a permanent location. Hopefully the permanent location will be an Iran where people can live in a tolerant and free way. There are many incredible achievements that have been made throughout the years opposing the regime. We have to continue to focus on eliminating imminent peril while losing sight of what's happening in Iran and to the Iranian people. Our concern can't just be being sure they don't attack us. or attack our friends outside of Iran, we need to be concerned about the daily attacks on the people of Iran, who through their uprisings, their protests and strikes have been seeking regime change. And we really see an escalation of those protests in the last 2 years. People carry on that fight. Many of you either are involved in the fight directly or involved in doing what you can to encourage the fight from other places. And no matter how brutal the regime gets, no matter how much physical or psychological torture, no matter how harsh the sentence, how many political prisoners are executed, activists and journalists abused in every single daily activity, but you continue to lead in that fight. We have to listen to the message of the Iranian people as they chant down the dictators. Iranians deserve a secular government that respects the rule of law, freedom of speech, and ethnic and religious differences. The United States stands with the Iranian people who are putting their lives and their safety on the line every day to pursue that kind of future. I'm pleased to stand with you to resist the oppressive Iranian regime in the cause of freedom, and pleased to join you at this important event today.
Thank you so much to Senator Blunt. We are thrilled to bring to you now another supporter of Iranian democracy, a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and Judiciary Committee, the senator from the great state of Texas, welcoming Senator Ted Cruz.
Hello, and thank you all for attending this important summit. I'm honored to be able to speak to you today and hope that these discussions are informative and constructive. As I've long maintained, and as we've spoken about together before, it is an absolute necessity that we hold the officials of the Iranian regime accountable for their torture, their human rights abuses, and their crimes against humanity. Recently, we were reminded that there is no outrage the regime will not commit, no matter how loud the international community objects, when they tortured a confession out of Naveed Afkari and in recent days murdered him. We must hold the regime accountable and their enablers accountable for this crime. The Islamic Republic of Iran's abysmal human rights record is inextricably tied to its nuclear ambitions. Like the Soviets in the 20th century, the mullahs not only violently oppress their own people, but they also seek to project that oppression against free peoples around the world, first and foremost against the United States and our allies. They have vowed to destroy our very way of life. I've been proud to lead the fight in the Senate against the catastrophic Obama-Biden Iran nuclear deal from the time it was very first negotiated. Since the United States rightly withdrew from the deal, I've continued to fight, pushing for an end to the oil waivers successfully, as well as an end to the civil nuclear waivers. I'm thankful that the Trump administration has rightly invoked the snapback mechanism, which is a final step to terminate this disastrous deal. Iran's tyrannical and evil regime continues to finance and export terror, endangering the lives of Americans and the national security of both us and our allies. By using our existing authority to invoke the snapback sanctions mechanism, we have taken a necessary step to counter Iran's aggression, to deny the regime resources, and to slow significantly the development and deployment of Iran's nuclear program. If we did not invoke these sanctions, the UN's arms embargo would expire and allow China to start selling billions of dollars of weapons to the Ayatollah. Iran has consistently been in violation of nuclear restrictions before, during, and after the negotiation of the deal. And the Ayatollah is right now systematically advancing towards a nuclear weapon. Much more, of course, remains to be done. And I remain committed, as I know you are, to ensuring that, like the Soviet regime before it, this Iranian regime is ultimately brought down. I wish you the very best as you conduct your summit. Thank you, and God bless you.
The nationwide uprising of the Iranian people in more than 150 cities in November 2019 shook the very foundation of the mullah's regime. The protesters, who according to the regime itself, clashed with repressive forces in more than 900 locations, expressed their desire to overthrow the theocracy on the direct orders of the mullah's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. The Revolutionary Guards shot defenseless people from the ground and the air. The People's Mujahideen Organization of Iran, PMOI, MEK, reported from inside the country that at least 1,500 protesters, including 27 teenagers, were martyred. More than 12,000 people were arrested. Reuters news agency and the US Secretary of State subsequently confirmed the casualty figures. Even earlier in 2018 and 2019, Iran had already witnessed a series of widespread social uprising and protests. On September 2, 2020, Amnesty International released an 80-page report detailing widespread torture, enforced disappearances, unfair trials, and death sentences based on forced confessions obtained after torturing those arrested during the November 2019 nationwide protests. These barbaric tortures included flogging, electric shocks, hanging from the leg or arm for long periods of time, waterboarding, mock executions, and sexual violence. The mullah's regime, which today is at its weakest position, has realized that only one way to survive is to step up its intimidation and repression. Since the mullahs are unable to meet the basic demands of the Iranian people, regime officials have issued stern public warnings that much larger popular uprisings lurk on the horizon.
I am so thankful to Amnesty International for that video. I'm sure you appreciated seeing that. We want to thank Senator Cruz as well for speaking. We are now thrilled to bring to you another supporter of Iranian democracy, a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and Judiciary Committee. We have with us right now Senator Marco Rubio from Florida, a real friend of the Iranian resistance.
Too often these days when we talk about Iran, it's all bad news. It's about nuclear ambitions. It's about the sponsorship of terrorism. It's about a regime that executes people. I think lost in all this conversation is that there's a huge gap and an enormous difference between the people who govern Iran, the clerics who govern the country, and the millions of people who live there. Iran, the nation, the people, is home to an ancient culture which has contributed to mankind in extraordinary ways in the arts, in literature, in the sciences. That's what the nature of the Iranian people are, rooted deeply in their culture. Their leaders are radical clerics of a radical brand of Shia Islam who seek not simply to dominate the region but destroy nations that are in their way. So one of the things that I'm so glad that all of you do, and one of the things I hope we'll continue to do, is make very clear that our quarrel is not with the people of Iran or with their incredible civilization. Our quarrel is with the men who govern that country that have turned it into something completely different from what it has always been and what it has always been meant to be and what it can be again. It wasn't that long ago, just a few decades ago, that Iran was home to 3-4 major religions. One of the few nations in the region that had so many different faiths who lived there in peace alongside one another. Now, it's governed by a radical clerical regime who wants not simply to continue to sponsor terrorism, but to continue to terrorize their neighbors. So this battle, your battle, our battle, is not simply to keep Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, not simply to keep Iran from continuing to sponsor terrorism. This is all very important. The real battle is to give Iran back to the Iranian people so they can reclaim the greatness of an extraordinary civilization and once again be the home of a peaceful country in which people from all different backgrounds live together and contribute to the world once again. So thank you for everything you're all doing to highlight this, to work on this, and know we will be with you every single step of the way.
Thank you so much to Senator Rubio. I'm so happy to introduce to you a woman from my home state of New Hampshire. I've admired her for many years, from way back when she was a young woman running a campaign I volunteered on. She soon went on to become the governor of our state and then the senior senator from the great state of New Hampshire. Please welcome everyone here today, Senator Jeanne Shaheen, a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and Armed Services Committee. Welcome, Senator.
Hello, I'm Senator Jeanne Shaheen. Thank you for inviting me to speak with you today. This is an important summit that comes at a critical time for Iran and the global community. The government in Tehran continues to commit gross human rights violations against both its own people and in the conflicts that it supports across the region. Iranian support for terrorist organizations and like-minded oppressive regimes has destabilized countries and prevented peace across the region. At home, the regime denies its people the right to freedom of assembly, expression, and association. Peaceful activism is met with harsh jail time. Human rights advocates are arrested and tortured. Unfortunately, these authoritarian tactics were on display at the end of last year when hundreds of thousands of Iranians came out into the streets to demand change and a just government that does not stifle their freedoms and opportunities. But instead of listening to the Iranian people, the government responded to these protests with armed force. That's why I'm an original co-sponsor of legislation that expresses support for the rights of the people of Iran to determine their own future and condemns the Iranian regime for its crackdown against legitimate protests. The United States must stand up for human rights everywhere and condemn injustice anywhere. To this end, we support the people of Iran as they fight for human rights and freedoms. Thank you to everyone who is here virtually today for all of your hard work. I look forward to continuing the fight with you. Stay safe.
Thank you so much to Senator Jeanne Shaheen from New Hampshire. Our next speaker is a longtime friend of the resistance as well, and the people of Iran that so want freedom. Please welcome the ranking member of the Senate Relations Committee, Senator Bob Menendez.
Hello everyone, I'm glad to be joining with you once again to stand with the Iranian people as they continue to fight for their fundamental human rights and hold the Iranian regime accountable for its ongoing human rights abuses and its support for terrorism. As I said earlier this year, I'm pleased to see that you're joined today by many of your compatriots in Albania. Your safety and security prove that dedicated advocacy and fighting for your cause can improve your situation, and hope that all Iranian people may someday be able to live in safety, dignity, and freedom. Unfortunately, the Iranian regime continues to give us reason to doubt that future and to show the world that it has no intention of changing its oppressive and reprehensible behavior. Over the weekend, despite local and international appeals, the Iranian regime hanged wrestling champion Navid Afkari. His crime was participating in a protest against the regime. With no evidence and a forced confession, the regime convicted him for killing an undercover agent. We know the real reason they wanted him silenced. He was a strong voice for the voiceless against an oppressive regime and for justice for his fellow compatriots. Over the past year, we've seen Iran prove again on the world stage that it is not interested in making peace with its neighbors or respecting Iranian human rights. Beyond its abuses of people at home, the regime continues to support terrorism and the brutal regime of Bashar al-Assad and continues on its path towards nuclear weapons. While in Congress we may have differing approaches about the best way to address the threat from Iran, rest assured that we remain united against the regime's fundamental abuses against its citizens, oppressing and denying fundamental rights to women, jailing peaceful activists, threatening journalists. Moreover, we stand united in our efforts to prevent Iran from continuing to export its ideology in the form of terrorist actors and destabilizing activities. And we are united in preventing Iran from being able to threaten her neighbors and the world with a nuclear weapon. We must engage in diplomatic efforts in concert with our like-minded partners and in concert with people who appreciate and value the role of human rights and democratic values. Thank you again for the work you're doing on behalf of the Iranian people.
Thank you so much to Senator Menendez for that. I want to welcome right now a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and Homeland Security and Government Affairs, Senator Rob Portman.
Hi, I'm U.S. Senator Rob Portman. Thanks to the Iranian American community of Ohio for inviting me to speak to you about the importance of promoting a free, democratic government in Iran, one that supports the people and their aspirations to have a better life for themselves and their families. Our conflict is not with the people of Iran, but rather with the fundamentalist regime that currently oppresses them. We must continue to show strength in the face of the regime's attempts at undermining the international rule of law and spreading international terrorism as well. I have supported this administration's stance against the Iranian government and will continue to advocate for a tough policy that prevents them from acquiring nuclear weapons and exporting chaos throughout the region. The people of Iran deserve better than a government that spends its scarce resources on proxy forces and terrorism instead of domestic priorities. The recent execution of the wrestler Navid Afkari on manufactured charges is just one more example of a corrupt regime that does not care for the basic human rights of its people. There's a way forward for the government of Iran to rejoin the international community rather than continue to be a pariah and the top sponsor of state terrorism in the entire world. They must commit to the democratic reforms, protect the rights of their citizens, and cease their campaigns of terror and destabilization. This includes their efforts to target American forces in Iraq, as well as launching ballistic missiles at their neighbors. Let me be clear. Our argument is not with the Iranian people, who have been so poorly served by their own repressive government for more than 4 decades now. I'm heartened that groups such as yours, comprised of freedom-loving Iranian Americans, continue to stand in opposition to the barbarism of the mullahs, and to show the world that the Iranian people desire freedom most of all. Thank you for your important work on this issue. Godspeed.
Our thanks to Senator Rob Portman for that. Here now is someone who has stood up for her country and knows exactly what it's like to be out there on the front lines fighting for freedom. Joining us right now, Senator Martha McSally, a member of the Armed Services Committee.
Hi, I'm Senator Martha McSally. Thank you to the Iranian American Community of Arizona and the members of the Organization of Iranian American Communities for inviting me to speak at this summit to support a free Iran. It's time for Iran to stop oppressing its people and sponsoring terrorism and instead become a positive actor in the Middle East. I'm inspired by the Iranian people who continue to put their lives on the line to protest the murderous Iranian regime. America stands with the protesters, demanding their God-given rights for freedom. I served 26 years in the military and deployed to the Middle East and Afghanistan 6 times, flying the mighty A-10 Warthog. I've seen firsthand the terror the Iranian regime has inflicted on so many innocent people. I fully support President Trump's maximum pressure campaign against Iran, using all elements of national power, economic, diplomatic, informational, and military deterrence. And I'm grateful that the President had the resolve to order the killing of terrorist leader General Qasem Soleimani, who is responsible for the deaths of countless Americans and Iranians. I've joined other senators to co-sponsor many bills this year alone, that will help hold Iran responsible for their malevolent actions. It's time for Iran to provide freedom and opportunity for its citizens and become a responsible actor in the region. The U.S. and the international community must continue to hold Iran accountable for its human rights violations and reprehensible behavior. We must endeavor to end their dangerous proliferation of nuclear weapons, terrorism, and the repression of their own citizens. Our world cannot be stable while the #1 sponsor of terror continues to operate. Thank you for your work to promote a free and democratic Iran. America stands with you in fighting for a better future for the Iranian people.
Thank you. Thank you so much to Senator McSally for that. We now want to go to a special message from Senator Kirsten Gillibrand.
Message by Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, Democrat from New York, member of Armed Services Committee. It is a privilege to send greetings to everyone attending the summit to support a free Iran. I also send my regards to each of today's speakers who are joining in this important effort to support democracy and freedom for the Iranian people. I am grateful to organizations like the Association of Iranian Americans in New York, which is part of the Organization of Iranian American Communities, U.S., for their fight towards a free and democratic, non-nuclear Iran. Today, we recognize their work, along with all those speaking truth to power in advancing human rights, gender equality, and religious and ethnic tolerance in Iran. You all have my gratitude for the steadfast dedication to the
from New York for that. We now want to go to Senator Johnson, who also has a special message.
message by Senator Ron Johnson, Republican of Wisconsin, in support of a free Iran and the imperative to sanction and hold the regime to account. Senator Johnson is the chairman of the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs and is a member of its Foreign Relations Committee. Friday, September 18, 2020. For decades, Iran has cracked down on dissidents and peaceful protesters. Naveed Afghari is one of the latest victims of Iran's brutal regime. The United States condemns his execution and continues to stand with the people of Iran.
Thank you for that. Okay, well, next up is a man who really embodies what it means to be bipartisan. He has been willing to cross the aisle so many times, and he has always stood for freedom and for independence for the people in Iran. He is a champion of democracy. We are so happy to have here with us today, expressing all of his support, Senator Joe Lieberman.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction, and what an impressive gathering of people today who are all joined together in the cause of freedom. Mrs. Rajabi, thank you for your leadership, for your principle, for your compassion, and for your belief in freedom and your patriotism to the people of Iran. Thanks to the NCRI, the MEK, and the OIAC, and thanks particularly to the freedom fighters in Iran, the resistance. These are the people who are the real heroes. They are taking their place in history alongside those who fought the American Revolution and the French Revolution, those who opposed fascism and Nazism in the last century and communism as well. They are the fighters on the front lines of freedom against the most serious oppressor of human rights in the world today, the government of Iran. My friends, as you and the NCRI know, we have tried everything to change the behavior of the regime in Iran. And it's time for a conclusion. The regime in Iran will not change. And therefore, we must change the regime in Iran. And that is what we mean when we say freedom for the people of Iran. The sanctions that we have applied have to be extended. The arms embargo cannot be allowed to expire. We need to convince our allies in Europe to join us in this critically important human rights effort. Now I want to speak to you about American politics, perhaps a little bit different than what others have said. I'm a Democrat. The first thing I want to say is thank you, President Trump and your administration, for withdrawing from the Iran nuclear agreement, for snatching victory from the jaws of defeat, and for showing how irresponsible, how lawless, what a terrible deal that was. I appreciate it. And that the 5 years in which, or a little less, in which that agreement was in effect, the Iranians constantly violated it. They continued their nuclear weapons program. They used the money not to help the people of Iran, but to support the Quds Force, the IRGC, the Basij, and the people, the terrorists in Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Libya, and Gaza. So this has given us a chance for victory for freedom, which is America's cause. And now we want to say a word about the Democrats. I know there's an election this year in America, as some of you may have heard. And some people may be worried about what happens if the Democrats come to power. I want to try to give you a bit of encouragement. I'm a Democrat, and you know how long has been my support of freedom for the people of Iran and opposition to this regime. There are many more like me in the Democratic Party. You've seen Democratic members of Congress address you today, and probably the most recent proof is in May of this year, 387 of the 435 members of the U.S. House of Representatives wrote a statement in support of the extension of the arms embargo, and a great majority of Democrats there in the House of Representatives supported that statement. So you have bipartisan support in Congress. I will say this about Vice President Biden. I served with him for 24 years in the U.S. Senate. He is a supporter of human rights in the world. He was at the head of a lot of the efforts on behalf of the people of what we used to call the captive nations, lived within the former Soviet Union, the totalitarianism of that group. I fought side by side with him against the aggression and genocide against Muslims in Bosnia by Serbia during the period in the early 90s. So I have hope that if he becomes president, he will understand what is on the line here. It is consistent with who he is, and also that we will be able to convince him that the Iran today is not the Iran of 5 years ago. They don't deserve to be negotiated with. You can't trust them. They proved that in the way they responded to the Iran nuclear agreement. And look, as General Keane said, at what is happening in the Middle East, because America and our allies have gotten tough on Iran. Nations that previously were at war with one another, which had no diplomatic relations, are coming together across barriers that need to be broken. Once the Iran regime falls, the beneficiaries will not just be the people of Iran, who will finally be given their freedom, and the NCRI will play a lead role in bringing that about. The beneficiaries will be the people of the world and the people of the Middle East. Aggression by Iran will end. Support of terrorism by Iran will end. And the people of Iran across national boundaries will join together in a new union that will bring peace and prosperity to that critically important section of the world. So the last time I spoke to you, I used a word that I learned when I was in Ashraf 3 last year, and I use it again, Hazer. Hazer meaning we're ready. And this time I want to point it directly to the heroes, the resistance fighters in Iran. And when we say Hazer, we are saying we are ready to support you in your uprising. We will not stand by mute as you take the lead, supported by the NCRI and MEK, to bring about the change for which we all dream and have worked in Iran. So I say again, Hazer, Hazer, Hazer. Thank you, and God bless you.
Hazer. Wonderful speech there from Senator Joe Lieberman. We thank you. We thank you very much for that. I want to introduce a song that I don't believe needs a tremendous amount of introduction. And then we have Senator Kelly Ayotte, former Senator Kelly Ayotte from New Hampshire, joining us. But first, to this song, Rebels Make Victory.
Hi, everyone. I am deeply honored to follow my friend and mentor, Senator Joe Lieberman. And certainly, Trish, coming from New Hampshire, we're so proud of you and everything that you've done. Madam Rajavi and the members of the Iranian American community, we join you today, and we join you to tell you that we are for freedom. We are for freedom for the Iranian people. It is well past the time that the Iranian people should be able to elect their own representatives and have a government that protects their health, their safety, and their basic human rights. The mullahs must go. I think you heard that from every single speaker today on both sides of the aisle in Washington. That is the view. And we know there is an alternative. Mrs. Rajavi and the NCRI, your 10-point plan presents a great alternative for the Iranian people, one that envisions a peaceful, democratic country and a future based on universal suffrage, gender equality, freedom of speech, separation of religion and state, and of course, a non-nuclear Iran. We are at an important juncture, just like many other speakers have said today. We know the Iranian people want peace. They do not want their government to continue to support the terrorism and violence that it has supported around the world. And the Iranian government, the mullahs, have allowed the people of Iran to suffer, and they've spent the people's money on, instead of food, instead of healthcare during this COVID crisis, they've spent it on weapons that threaten the peace of the world and the Iranian people themselves. They've spent billions on terror groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, the Islamic Jihad, the murderous Assad regime, murdering innocent people, and they have been part of all of it. The regime has plotted terrorist attacks around the world, terrorist attacks in Germany, Belgium, Africa, Southeast Asia, and even in America. Let us not forget when Iran plotted to murder the Saudi ambassador on US soil. And most recently, there has been a plot uncovered for Iran to murder the US ambassador to South America. But we know that most of all, the Iranian people have suffered the most. And our hearts go out to them. Tens of thousands of Iranians have been murdered by the mullahs and this illegitimate regime. As others have mentioned, Amnesty International just came out with a recent report that talked about how the IRGC, the arm of the mullahs, actually tortured children as young as 10 years old and tortured those Iranians who had the audacity and, frankly, from our perspective, the courage to go to the streets to stand up for their rights and to protest this regime. And as so many others have mentioned, the example of their barbarity is the recent execution of the heroic wrestler, and our hearts go out to his family and to the Iranian people who have suffered so much. And as we think about all this now, despite the reign of the mullahs, of terror inside Iran and outside Iran, there are those in the international community that are actually poised to give Iran relief from the arms embargo that has been in place for many years. This regime should not be rewarded for its evil behavior. It is very important that that arms embargo remain in place. If other nations, particularly European nations, do not join the US in supporting snapback of sanctions and making sure that this arms embargo stays in place, they will regret it when they see the harm that Iran will do by being able to freely get access to Chinese and Russian arms and from other governments around the world that want to foment terror. Iran has asked for sanctions relief from the JCPOA, yet Iran doesn't comply with the JCPOA. I agree with the other speakers. I thought the JCPOA was deeply flawed, but our European friends can't hide behind the JCPOA to say that Iran should not be sanctioned when Iran is not even complying with the JCPOA. In fact, a recent report came out that showed from the nuclear inspectors that Iran, in fact, is enriching uranium that it should not be under the JCPOA, that Iran is actually thwarting the nuclear inspectors. So why would any country now reward Iran's bad behavior? Not only its abuses to its people, its support of terrorism, but its actual violations of the agreement that it said it would enter and that other countries entered in with it. I support the Trump administration's move, if other countries in the world do not support the extension of this arms embargo against Iran, with an executive order to penalize any country in the world that trades in arms with Iran. Sanctions should be implemented. And I believe also that there is a bipartisan consensus in the US Congress. So I hope that members of Congress on both sides of the aisle would back the administration up on this and pass legislation to say that any country that does business with Iran, if they are trading arms, if they want to give arms to Iran, should be sanctioned and shouldn't be doing business in the United States of America. Now is the time to keep up the maximum pressure campaign on Iran. We know, as other speakers have said, the mullahs are under tremendous pressure. They have been isolated. The world has seen their barbaric behavior. It is time for the world to come together, not just the United States, and I commend the Trump administration for the tough sanctions they have put on Iran, but our European friends need to face reality on this. Together, we can make sure that there is peace and freedom in Iran. The Iranian people deserve the right to live in prosperity, to have basic human rights. And I again want to thank Mrs. Rajavi and members of the NCRI and the MEK for your fight for freedom. We stand with you. And we ask with the UN meeting that the members of the world stand with you as well. Thank you.
Sazan قیام سرخ و سوزاندن حریف موج و طوفان جاودان بالا یاد یاران لشکران پیروزی میسازد قدرتشان در طوفان میتازد آب و ملت جان میبازد لشکران آزادی میکارد آتش به کف خرم دل میبارد خواستگاه را میافرازد.
There's the song, Rebels Make Victory. I do want to thank, again, Senator Kelly Ayotte from the great state of New Hampshire. You know, there's a saying we have in New Hampshire. It's on every single car's license plate. The motto is, live free or die. So I know that holds special significance to all the people that are champions of freedom in the world, and certainly in Iran. Anyway, it's nice to see so many people from New Hampshire, the great live free or die state. I want to now introduce a man whom you all know very well, the former Speaker of the House, someone who also very much is on the side of the Iranian people, on the side of democracy, on the side of freedom, Honorable Newt Gingrich.
Thank you for letting me join you for this very important commitment to freedom, democracy, human rights in Iran. It's clear from the Amnesty International report that things have gotten much worse, that maybe 9,000 or more people were arrested just last year, that 3 of the top wrestlers in the country, public celebrities, well-known people, were tortured and have been sentenced to very severe penalties simply for having opposed the regime. The dictatorship is getting more and more desperate. It's having to impose bigger and bigger penalties, and the public is getting more and more unhappy. It was very significant when Secretary of State Pompeo cited the Amnesty International report and indicated how strongly the Trump administration feels about replacing the regime, bringing the regime under control, not cutting a deal with it. I think the activities in the region are very encouraging. The fact that Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates could reach a deal with Israel is a sign that the ice is breaking, that things are moving, and they're not moving in the direction of the dictatorship. The fact that having killed the leading terrorist, Soleimani, did not lead to sudden explosion of terrorist activities, I think also indicates that both because of drying up money and because of the continued effort to undermine and weaken their terrorist networks, that the mullahs have less reach than they had 2 or 3 years ago. But let's be very clear. The distance we have to go to Mrs. Rajavi's dream of a unified, peaceful, democratic Iran, an Iran that is back as part of the world of nations that are free, an Iran where people can freely travel to and from the country. That dream still has a lot of work to turn it into reality. I commend each of you for being personally involved. I want you to know that this kind of patriotism, this kind of dedication is what is necessary if we are to defeat dictatorships. And I think what you're doing is going to defeat the dictatorship. With each passing year, it gets weaker. With each passing year, it has to use more and more repression just to keep people in line. And with each passing year, people get more alienated and more disaffected and come to realize that the future can't be the mullahs. The future can't be the revolutionary forces because they've burned out. All they are now is a corrupt system of power trying desperately to hold on. So I think you're meeting at a key time. I think there are going to be many more exciting, positive things happening in the region. I think the forces that want freedom in Iran are going to continue to gain power, and the ability of the Iranian dictatorship to threaten its neighbors is going to continue to decline and become less and less capable. So you're on the right road. You're doing the right things. I'm honored to be an ally with you, and I wish you well in this very important conference.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you to the Honorable Newt Gingrich. I want to introduce now Ambassador Robert Joseph. He's the former Undersecretary of State for Arms Control and International Security.
Mrs. Rajavi, it is a real honor to join with you once again in your heroic and historic fight for a free Iran. Let me begin by thanking our friends at Ashraf 3 who are with us today. You and your brothers and sisters inside Iran, the resistance units, are the true beacons of freedom. For over a generation, you have endured unspeakable sufferings at the hands of the regime as you stood up for your values, democracy, human rights, equality of the sexes, and a secular republic where sovereignty resides with the people, not with the corrupt ruling class. Your sacrifices and your success will inspire the next generation in Iran and truly everywhere where freedom is valued. Thank you. Thank you for your sacrifices. Thank you for your continuing fight for freedom. As I've mentioned before, each year I feel closer to the goal of a free Iran. The end of the religious dictatorship is in sight. Russia cannot save the mullahs by providing advanced arms. China cannot save them by providing economic assistance, which surely will come at a high price. Even the West, if it were sadly to unite once again in pursuit of failed policies of appeasement, cannot save the religious dictatorship from its ultimate fate. The people of Iran are rising up and will not be satisfied until the regime is relegated, in the words of Ronald Reagan, to the ash heap of history. Today, we are at a crossroads. The future of Iran will be greatly influenced by actions and decisions taken over the course of the next months. Perhaps significant are three interrelated and I believe converging factors that will have a fundamental impact for years to come. Let me just pose these three factors as questions. First, will snapback sanctions be imposed on the regime? As we know, the United States pulled the trigger on the UN snapback provision due to Iran's violations of the JCPOA, violations that are documented by the IAEA, violations that no one questions, not even the regime. In fact, the regime openly acknowledges the violations in order to gain and coerce more concessions from the remaining parties of the treaty, particularly the American allies, Germany, France, and the UK. When the 30-day period expires tomorrow night, will other countries follow the US lead on sanctions? Or will they continue to claim that because the US opted out of the JCPOA, it has no standing to trigger snapback, which is a politically convenient, but I think legally weak argument. Nevertheless, while the governments are likely to stick to that position, that UN sanctions have not been reimposed by the US action, the practical effect of the US snapback may be that the companies of Europe and elsewhere, the foreign companies, are nevertheless deterred or dissuaded from conducting business with Iran. If the US is willing to fully enforce sanctions on foreign companies doing business with Iran, which is what the Trump administration has said it intends to do, these companies will have a simple choice. Will they do business with the United States or will they do business with Iran? And I think the answer is obvious. It was obvious in 2018 when the United States opted out of the nuclear agreement, and it's obvious now. Second, and I think this is likely the 800-pound gorilla question, what will U.S. policy be on Iran in the next administration? Either a Biden administration or a Trump second term. After the election, will the United States maintain a policy of maximum pressure? Or will the West, under U.S. leadership, return to policies of appeasement in the hope that the regime will reform, that it will become more moderate, and that it will abide by the rules of the international order? Something that the West so dearly wants to believe applies to all nations. But this hope, as we all know, is nothing but a fantasy, proven wrong again and again. The result has always been just the opposite. Appeasement and conciliation prolong the regime, providing resources for its continuing aggression and its repression of the Iranian people, who are, as we all know, the foremost victims of the regime. The third question is, can the regime overcome its domestic vulnerabilities? And here I think the answer is a clear and resounding no. Iran's economy is in free fall, driven to bankruptcy by corruption, incompetence, and the sanctions imposed on the regime for its support for terrorism, its pursuit of nuclear weapons, and its foreign aggressions. Collectively, these efforts have robbed the Iranian people of their prosperity. And the mullahs know that the people will never forgive them for their role in the deaths of tens of thousands from the coronavirus pandemic, a scourge that continues to ravage the country. The mullahs have lost all legitimacy. The Iranian people are now the greatest threat to the regime. The mass killings across Iran are acts of desperation. The recent Amnesty International report, punctuated by the tragic and despicable hanging of Navid Afkari, the championship wrestler falsely accused and coerced, demonstrates for the whole world the atrocities of the regime, the barbaric torture, and the flagrant murder of those seeking a free Iran. So what lies ahead? One path is to return to failed policies, the failed policies of the past, a path that is often characterized as a choice between diplomacy over war. But we know this is a masquerade. We know it's a false choice, demonstrated by the fact that we have not gone to war in the more than 2 years since the United States opted out of the JCPOA. And we know that the agreement did not lead to a more moderate Iran. In fact, the regime took the billions of dollars it gained, and what wasn't siphoned off through corruption was used to fund foreign aggression, terrorism, and internal repression. The central problem is not the regime. The central problem is not the absence of an agreement. The central problem is not the absence of negotiations. More agreements will only lead to more aggression and more brutality. The problem is the regime itself, a regime that will never abandon its quest for a nuclear weapon, its support for terrorism, or its use of terror and murder to achieve its objectives. The second path, the right path, of course, is to continue maximum pressure on the regime. Here, we must not throw the regime a lifeline by pursuing fatally flawed agreements in exchange for more old false promises. And we must deny the regime any legitimacy by telling the truth and by keeping the focus on its reign of terror over the past 40 years. Most important, we must support the democratic opposition outside and inside Iran. At the end of the day, it's the Iranian people who will determine their own future. It is their destiny to determine. And it is the NCRI, the MEK, and Mrs. Rajavi who provide the necessary vision for an effective, peaceful transition to a secular, non-nuclear, democratic, and free Iran. Thank you very much for all you do.
Robert Joseph, thank you so much for that. And we're hearing some consistency, as you can see, between what we heard from former Senator Kelly Ayotte as well as the ambassador, as they both refer to the importance of sanctions, in that you can really have an effect on regime change through the use of sanctions. And it's important for the entire world to be in accordance, in agreement on that. I want to go now to Congressman Tom McClintock. He is a member of the House Judiciary Committee, and he joins us now.
Hi, everybody. This is Congressman Tom McClintock. I represent the 4th District of California in the United States House of Representatives. And I am pleased and honored to speak to all of you today at this Iran Human Rights Summit. 32 years ago, the Iranian regime waged a brutal campaign of torturing and executing thousands of its citizens who were imprisoned for merely exercising their fundamental human right to express their own opinions. The Supreme Leader's Death Committee sought out those whose political ideas were regarded as incompatible with the theocratic state and ensured that they would simply disappear. To date, the Iranian government continues to deny this atrocity and still frequently calls upon the Revolutionary Guard to wage violence against its own people, peacefully protesting and dissenting from the political regime. Today's Iran is full of impassioned citizens who are demanding liberty, justice, and fundamental human rights. But if we fail to hold this rogue regime accountable, there's no telling what it may decide to do next about those who long for such basic freedoms. Iran is one of the oldest and greatest civilizations in history, but it's been suppressed and plundered by a clique of theocratic thugs who comprise the illegitimate Iranian government. In past eras, the Iranian people have known the happiness and prosperity that freedom makes possible, and they are now seeking to reclaim it as their birthright. As the mullahs have become more oppressive and extreme, the international resistance to them has become stronger and more resolute. The more the story of Iran is told, of its proud ancient heritage of freedom and civilization, and of its current curse of despotism and terror, well, the more the world has rallied to your cause. In the House of Representatives, I have introduced a resolution condemning Iran's terrorist acts and its nuclear aspirations and supporting the Iranian people's desire for a democratic, secular, and non-nuclear republic. That resolution now has garnered 221 co-sponsors, a strong bipartisan majority of the chamber. That so many members of Congress have come together to condemn these terrorist acts and express in no uncertain terms our support for the Iranian people's fight for freedom is a testament to the effectiveness and resiliency of the opposition movement. I've written Secretary of State Pompeo to call attention to this resolution, and I am pleased that the United States has taken such a strong stance of support of the Iranian people's quest for freedom. The United States has pulled out of the disastrous nuclear deal that would have lifted sanctions against the world's largest sponsor of global terrorism and allowed it to develop nuclear weapons with no meaningful oversight. Most recently, the United States has pressed the United Nations to extend an arms embargo against Iran. While this effort has faced resistance from certain nations, the U.S. remains capable of utilizing the snapback provisions of the accord to restore all UN sanctions on Iran. These efforts, God willing, will drastically curb Iran's nuclear weapons development. However, there remain foreign leaders who have yet to commit to a stance as strong as that of the United States. That's why it's more important than ever to elevate the voices of the Iranian people who experience every day the consequences of a regime committed to foreign and domestic chaos and terror. it is becoming increasingly evident that Iran's rulers are beginning to fear the resistance. During the massive opposition protests in late 2018, the authorities shut down the internet for more than a week to suppress information about protests and related state violence. When silencing protesters wasn't enough for them, they killed those protesters in the streets. Recently, the regime rejected humanitarian assistance from the United States to share coronavirus treatments, and they sought to convince the world that sanctions were the cause of the coronavirus wave sweeping the country. This despite the fact that the regime has spent over $16 billion since 2012 to fund its terror proxies abroad, while Iranian healthcare services have remained critically underfunded. Now, of course, the Iranian people are no strangers to the lies of its despotic rulers. There was graffiti on a Tehran suburb that summed it all up. It said, "The Islamic Republic in Iran is the real coronavirus." In fact, most prominent hashtags coming from Iran have been hashtag Khomeini virus and hashtag Islamic Republic virus. Despite domestic and international acknowledgement of Iran's oppression, the regime has remained intent on provocation and destabilization. They attack foreign oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz and continue using embassies as fronts to plot terrorism. But after the killing of General Soleimani, who was responsible for an incalculable number of killings, the regime has been placed on notice that their acts of international terrorism will be countered by lethal force. Nonetheless, it remains clear that the regime is willing to crush its economy and kill its own people for the sake of nuclear aspirations and spreading terror, further jeopardizing the safety of the Iranian people and threatening the peace of the world. My resolution has gained attention at a time when the Iranian opposition to the regime, the National Council of Resistance of Iran, is steadily gaining momentum and has thus become the main target of the regime's global terrorism. Dozens of the Iranian regime's so-called diplomats, as well as of its agents, have been expelled or jailed by the European nations, including Belgium, France, Albania, as well as the United States, for their terror plots, particularly against the NCRI officials. The Iranian resistance remains as the main target of repression in Iran. Many of its supporters have recently been arrested in Iran for their affiliation with this movement. Last November, the regime murdered at least 1,500 innocent Iranians protesting its cover-ups, its mismanagement, and its rank corruption. While progress has been made, it's clear that today's regime is just as willing as Khomeini's to silence those who call attention to this brutality. True change will require treating the Iranian dictatorship as the international pariah that it is. And it will require providing every ounce of moral and material support that the Iranian opposition needs to rid their nation of this fascist Islamic dictatorship, to restore their proud heritage of Persia, and to restore their rightful place among the civilized nations of the world. To each of you who every day is working toward this glorious end goes the thanks of all of mankind and the respect of every person of goodwill on this planet. Thank you all for everything that you are doing. Godspeed and good luck.
For that, I now want to go to a ranking member of the Energy and Mineral Resources Subcommittee of the House Natural Resources and member of the Oversight and Reform Committee, Congressman Paul Gosar.
Hi everybody, I'm Congressman Paul Gosar. Although I cannot be with you all as I usually am, the common bond we share in fighting for a free Iran remains united as ever. My colleagues in the administration have reiterated this commitment in recent weeks by triggering the steps necessary to enact the snapback mechanism allowed to them under UN Security Council Resolution 2231. Although some members of the Council have lost their way and have chosen to stand in the company of terrorists, as stated by U.S. Representative Kelly Craft, quote, The U.S. has no fear in standing in limited company in this matter." End of quote. House Resolution 374, of which I'm an original sponsor, condemns Iranian state-sponsored terrorism and expresses support for the Iranian people's desire for a democratic, secular, and non-nuclear Republic of Iran. We are working hard in support for Ms. Maryam Rajavi's and her vision for Iran's future, and will always stand with the Iranian Americans and Iranians inside Iran for their quest for a democracy and a free Iran. I also share in your outrage for the execution of Iranian wrestling champion Nafid Afkari by the Iranian government. My sympathies go out to his family, his community, and to your movement. Let's make his sacrifice and all the others propel us towards democracy and a free Iran. Stay strong.
Thank you so much to Congressman Paul Gosar. Sheila Jackson Lee, a senior member of the House Committee on the Judiciary and Homeland Security, joins us now. Welcome, Congressman Jackson Lee.
I'm Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, and I rise to be able to support the fighters in Iran for human rights and to stand with those like Madam Rajavi who want human rights and to fight against the abuses, the horrible abuses that people are facing in Iran who just simply want justice, equality, and human rights. I'm glad to be a supporter of HRES 188 and HRES 752, 222 sponsors fighting against the 30,000 that were killed in 1988 and all those who are being killed even today, who are fighting against the abuse of those who are standing for freedom. Human rights is a human right, and human rights are deserved by the people of Iran. The freedom fighters, the peaceful freedom fighters who are trying to stand against the regime, they need the support of those of us who love human rights and human dignity. How stunning and shocking that a champion wrestler, Mr. Afkari, was killed simply because he was participating in a peaceful protest. We must have the United Nations investigate these human rights investigations or these human rights abuses. I'm standing for human rights, justice in Iran. I'm standing with the free-thinking people of Iran who want to end the human rights abuses and want a free and independent Iran for all of the people. I'm standing with the message of Ms. Rajavi that we want freedom. We want peaceful freedom, and we want it now. We must have all of our agencies that fight for freedom and to end human rights abuses. They must be standing with the peace-loving people of Iran who want freedom now.
Congressperson Sheila Jackson Lee, thank you so much for that. Right now, we're going to Congressman Raul Ruiz, another proponent and champion for democracy in Iran.
Good afternoon. My name is Congressman Raul Ruiz, and I'm an emergency physician, and I represent California's 36th Congressional District. I am proud of the growing Iranian American community in my district. I've spoken with members of the community in my district, and I've watched the protests in Iran. I was outraged and devastated when I heard about the execution of Nafid Afkari, a 27-year-old political prisoner and wrestling champion, on September 12th. The continued violence, the oppression, the internet blackouts, the large-scale incarcerations, the executions, these egregious human rights violations cannot stand. To the people of Iran, I stand with you, the United States Congress stands with you, and the American people stand with you in your pursuit of liberty and democracy. That's why earlier this year, my colleagues and I in Congress passed bipartisan House Resolution 752 to support the rights of the people of Iran to free expression and to say forcefully that we condemn the Iranian regime for its violent, oppressive tactics to crack down on these legitimate protests. In passing this resolution, the United States Congress sent a message. You are not alone in your fight. America supports you in your protest for your fundamental human rights, freedom, and democracy. And while Navid may no longer be with us, his spirit and his mission remain close to our hearts. We will never forget him and the thousands we've lost, and we will keep up the fight until the Iranian people are truly free. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to Congressman Ruiz. I want to now go to Congressman Lance Gooden, forgive me. He is a member of the House Financial Services Committee. We've heard so much talk of sanctions and the role that those can play. So interesting to hear from someone on the House Financial Services Committee. Congressman, welcome.
Hi, I'm Congressman Lance Gooden from the great state of Texas, wishing you the very best and joining you as we mourn the losses of the 1988 massacre in Iran of your friends and loved ones. I also call on the United Nations to open an inquiry into this massacre. And I also want to wish you all more success as we continue to move forward and fight for a free Iran. I support the 10-point plan that Madam Rajavi has put out, as I know all of you do. I want to encourage you and just let you know that you have friends in the U.S. That are supporting your efforts. We believe that you're making progress and we're making progress alongside you. And I also want to encourage people that are in Iran and that are fighting oppression to stay strong and know that you have friends around the world that believe in you and that believe in a free Iran. Thank you so much for all you do. Thank you for your fight, and continue as we move to victory. I hope to meet you in person someday very soon in a free Iran. Thank you.
After signing the JCPOA nuclear agreement and adoption of the UN Security Council Resolution 2231, the international community anticipated an end to the clerical regime's regional adventurism and export of terror. But on the contrary, the mullahs rather intensified their regional transgressions and the export of terrorism since that period. The massacres in Syria were intensified through the direct intervention of the IRGC's Quds Force. In July 2019, Saudi oil facilities were targeted by missiles fired by the mullahs regime. Oil tankers in the Persian Gulf came under the regime's terrorist attacks. The arming of the Houthis in Yemen was intensified, especially with the supply of missiles and drones, which turned out to be the main instruments for the continuation of the war in that country. The assassination of political opponents, a core policy of the mullahs regime since the outset, has reached new heights in the last 2 years. Asada Asadi, the third secretary of the mullahs embassy in Vienna, was arrested after he masterminded a plot to bomb the Free Iran opposition gathering in Paris in 2018. Asada's terrorist accomplices were also arrested before heading to Paris to execute the bombing. The explosives in the trunk of their car were defused by authorities. The decision to carry out the bombing was made at the highest levels of the regime in Tehran. France and the European Union have listed Asada and the regime's deputy intelligence minister as terrorists. Despite the regime's intensive blackmail tactics in the last 2 years to secure Asada's release, his trial, along with that of 3 accompanying terrorists, will soon commence in Belgium. A few months earlier, in March 2018, another bombing plot by the Iranian regime against the MEK's Persian New Year celebration in Tirana was foiled by Albanian police. Mrs. Rajavi and Mayor Giuliani were both present at the event. Subsequently, Albania expelled the regime's ambassador and several of its diplomats. Over the past 2 years, senior regime diplomats have been expelled or pursued on terrorism charges in France, the Netherlands, and Turkey. The mullahs have clearly entered a new phase of terrorism and warmongering.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We are now joined by the leader of the Republican Party, the former Minister of Defense of Albania, Fatmir Medio.
Good evening and good afternoon for our friends in America. Dear Madam Rajavi, thanks for the opportunity to speak in this great conference. Albania, for many years, has become the home of MEK, NCRI, and Madam Rajavi, thanks to the great decision of our leader then, Sali Berisha, and the current government. We are really blessed to have you in our country, because you are becoming an inspiration to us when we see, Madam Rajavi, your passion, your love for your people, and especially your program to have a free Iran. But thank you as well that you gave us a great family of friends from all around the world. When I see General Jones, General Kane, Mayor Giuliani, Torricelli, Senator Lieberman, all the senators that I have the chance to get to know them in Washington, knowing now about Albania and also members of Congress, and praising what Albania has done, this makes me really proud, but also makes us to think more what we can do all together, because it's important what we do in the future with our friends from around the world. Many of the speakers have referred to the God-given rights such life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. These are God-given rights not just for Americans, not just for the Brits or Europeans or Albanians, are for every individual, all people, and also every nation, including Iran. That's why we should stick together and work together and keep Iran regime accountable and working to have free Iran in the future. UN is an organization of nations formed to help people, and so they should decide how they can help Iranian people. People of Iran, like other civilized nations, want to have freedom and democracy. They don't want to have a nuclear bomb. They want life and freedom, but the Iran regime has massacred, just in 2019, about 1,500 people, and many others are in the death row now. And we should think what we can do about that. And all the nations and leaders are responsible in front of Iranian people to stand and stick together for the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness of Iranian people. Iranian people are against terrorism. They are against the countries that sponsor terrorism as well. So it is important that everybody should know what the Iran regime is doing, what they have done in Albania to organize terrorist plot, what they have done in other European countries, or what they are doing in sponsoring terrorism in the Middle East. Albanian government took a decision to expel the Iranian ambassador. But is this enough? I don't think so. That's why it's time to stand for the right things and do the right thing. Iran is expanding also its military capabilities. It's not caring about the economy of Iran, the economy of the family of Iranians and also Iranian people, but just military. The experience of dictatorship in Albania has taught us that the regime can stand as long as they want through oppression, poverty, massacre, torture, imprisonment of people. And that's where we should think together how we can give a stop to this. But the Iran regime also is looking for other allies around the world, regimes which are alike. They are looking to get more support from China and also from Russia to create an alliance to face the democratic world. And that's why it is important that Americans, Europeans, Brits, and all democratic countries should stick together and come with a solution and come with a decision not just to stop an embargo for the army, but to see how they can help Iranian resistance, that we all together soon enough enjoy in Tehran, free Iran. God bless you all, and God bless Iranian people.
Thank you so much for that, Katir Medu. Okay, we now have with us right now Klida Dosha of Albania, the chair of the Foreign Policy Committee of the Socialist Movement for Integration and former Minister of Reopen's Integration of Albania now.
Good evening to everyone, and it's a great pleasure to be here with you tonight, dear Madame Rajavi. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be here with you and to have this speech in front of so many people, so many important people all around the world that really support Iran and the state that is really feeling right now. It's a pleasure to take part in this transatlantic summit on Iran policy. I followed carefully the fruitful discussions so far, and I am glad to see that people have joined this summit from all over the world, while touching some of the most important issues, most of these sensitive issues for all of us, like human rights, freedom, democracy, and justice. And Iran is actually one of the best examples of a country which fights every day, every single day for all of these matters. It is unacceptable what has happened to Iran people through these years. Executions, tortures, violation of human rights. Thus, we stand very determined on the side of the Iran people. And Albania is a country which has opened the doors and created a home for many of the Mujahideens who are seeking still for their voice to be heard around the world and for their real truth to be recognized to all of us. I'm one of those people who have visited their home. I'm one of those people who have visited before Madame Rajavi, and I really support what she's doing for Iran, for her people. I'm really surprised, and I really feel her love for her country, and I appreciate this. I truly appreciate this. I think it is time for the international community as well, like Albania did, to respond with concrete measures to this regime, which is a dangerous, not only for Iran itself, but it's actually a real danger for the region over there and for the world. We call on the UN as well to investigate the 1988 massacre, as there is need to hold accountable the people over there who did this massacre for Iran people. There is a need to end impunity. The international community should also take actions to stop the executions of political prisoners in Iran. This is a regime which kills the opposition, the different voices. It kills the truth in order to stay in power. And we believe that a regime change is the only hope for Iranian people to be able to live and build their future in their own country, in their own home. Iran is a wonderful country, is a rich country which deserves a government that works for the people and not for itself. Thank you very much. God bless Iran. God bless Iran people.
Very, very well said. Okay, right now we want to go to the United Kingdom. We have Bob Blackman, a member of the House of Commons. He has consistently warned the Western governments about the global threat posed by the Iranian regime. He has consistently favored a firm policy on dealing with that regime, and he joins us now.
Dear friends, Madam Rajavi, honourable colleagues, thank you for inviting me to this important online summit on Iran. And it's an honour and privileged to join Iranians in Iran and across the world, and the distinguished speakers we've heard today, to express solidarity with all the people of Iran and to call on the international community and the West to adopt a firm policy towards the regime. Now, in the coming days, world leaders and ambassadors will gather for the annual United Nations General Assembly in New York. Whether the meetings take place in person or virtually, there should be three pressing issues on the agenda with regards to Iran. First, extending the expiring UN arms embargo on Iran. Second, reimposing all United Nations Security Council resolutions and international sanctions against the regime in Tehran. A statement on Iran initiated by the International Committee of Parliamentarians for a Democratic Iran, together with the British Committee for Iran Freedom, and already supported by over 200 parliamentarians from the United Kingdom, 14 other European and Arabic countries, urge the European and Arabic governments to do just that in order to secure the world peace and regional stability, as both are being threatened by the regime in Tehran. Allowing the regime in Tehran to legally buy conventional and sophisticated weapons from Russia and China, and to continue to advance its ballistic missile and nuclear programs, will not bring about peace in our lifetimes, contrary to the illusion of some European diplomats, experts, media, and proponents of the nuclear deal. Appeasing the theocratic leaders in Tehran by overlooking their breaches of their obligations under the nuclear deal will not bring about moderation or reforms to the benefit of the Iranian people. Which brings us to the third issue that must be on the agenda of world leaders in New York, which is also the title of our online summit today: Time to hold Iran's regime accountable. And to do that, the international community should agree to and establish an independent international inquiry into the 1988 massacre of 30,000 political prisoners and other urgent human rights cases in Iran in this year's United Nations General Assembly resolution on Iran. I urge the UK government to work with our American allies to secure such an accountability process with the aim of prosecuting those regime officials responsible at an international tribunal. It's clear that the time has come to stand with the people of Iran and their resistance movement, the NCRI, and its leader, Madame Rajavi, because they present the Iranian alternative that is viable in the long term and provides a solution to the serious concerns and problems with the regime in Iran. If world leaders gathering in New York need any further motivation to muster the political courage to take the tough decisions and make the right policy changes, I advise them to look to the brave people of Iran. They are showing extraordinary courage as they take to the streets to challenge the regime's repressive policies and repression, often paying the highest price for demanding changes, as we have seen, people being executed merely for protesting. It is time the international community stands with the people of Iran and their organised resistance movement for change, the NCRI, and they have now the chance to do so in New York. Thank you for giving me the opportunity of speaking, and I look forward to a free and democratic Iran led by President-elect Madam Rajavi.
From Member of Parliament Bob Blackman, who's calling on the UN to stand up and demand an investigation and explanation for the horrific massacre back in 1988. Our thanks to Bob Blackman. Congressman Tom Emmer is next. He is a member of the House Financial Services Committee, and he joins us now.
everyone. My name is Tom Emmer, and I represent Minnesota's 6th Congressional District. I'm excited to support your mission for a free and democratic Iran, and I appreciate the opportunity to participate in your 2020 Human Rights Summit. I speak to you during a painful anniversary. 32 years ago, between late July and September of 1988, Iranian authorities arrested and executed thousands of political prisoners. Lower estimates put the death toll at 5,000. Little peace exists for the families of these prisoners who were dumped in unmarked graves. The Iranian government has refused to acknowledge the killings and destroyed burial sites, forbidding commemorations for the victims. This anniversary doesn't just call us to mourn those killed for their convictions. It reminds us just how brutal a government can become in order to suppress free expression. In Congress, I've worked to spread democracy across the globe, especially to the people of Iran. Last Congress, I was proud to support imposing sanctions on Iran to hold them accountable for their human rights abuses. I am also encouraged by the January passage of a measure which supports the rights of the people of Iran to free expression and condemns the Iranian regime for its crackdown on legitimate protests. Too many Iranians have been punished for asking to participate in their own government. Thousands have been arrested or killed as part of legitimate protests, and this violence towards those seeking a free and open democracy must come to an end. Thank you for your hope for a free Iran and for your hard work to make it a reality. Like you, I look forward to the day when all Iranians can express themselves without living in fear. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, we want to go now to Congressperson Judy Chu, Sub-Chair of the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Commerce in the House Committee on Homeland Security.
Hello, I'm Congressmember Judy Chu. I'm so sorry the coronavirus pandemic has kept us from joining together in person this year, but I'm so grateful that you found a way to still come together to support human rights in Iran, and I stand with you. Today, we remember the thousands of political prisoners who were massacred in Iran in 1988, simply for having the courage to express their political opinions. But even decades later, Iran refuses to acknowledge the killings or even tell the families where their loved ones are buried. That is because many of those responsible are still in power today, and Iran's mullahs are continuing to oppress their people and export terror. In fact, just this month, we saw the cruelty in the inexcusable execution of Navid Afkari. The former Olympic wrestler was executed in secret after a sham trial. But he's not the only one. While Navid's case gained international attention, we cannot forget the thousands who remain in prison in Iran today, including over 7,000 arrested, detained, and tortured following last year's protests. And even as Iran battles one of the world's worst COVID-19 outbreaks, the mullahs have made it illegal to even share real data about the virus, making the situation worse. It is important that the Iranian people know that we reject this assault on human rights and that we stand with the people in their fight for freedom and democracy. We also need to reject Iran's support of terrorism and violence at home and abroad. I was shocked but not surprised to read reports this month that Iran's leaders had planned to assassinate America's ambassador to South Africa. This is part of Iran's long history of sponsoring terror attacks against U.S. citizens and officials, as well as against Iranian dissidents, including a planned attack in Paris. The Iranian regime must know that we oppose this violence and oppression. That's why I supported extending the UN arms embargo on Iran, and that's why I am a co-sponsor of House Resolution 374. This critical resolution condemns Iranian state-sponsored terrorist attacks and expresses support for the people of Iran who are engaged in legitimate and peaceful protests against the Iranian regime. This resolution has over 200 co-sponsors, which sends a clear signal to the people of Iran that they are not alone. The Iranian people deserve to be free from the harsh and violent rule of Iran's mullahs, and the world deserves to feel safe from Iranian support for terror and violence. I support your work to establish a free and democratic Iran that works with the U.S. and others to build a safer world. So thank you for all of your important work to promote human rights and a more free Iran.
قهرمان نوید در ردیف تمام قهرمانان ملی ایران مانند جهان پهلوان تختی و بقیه قهرمانان شد. انتقام خون پهلوان را تمام کانونهای شورشی و انسانهای آزاده‌ای که 40 سال است با این جنایتکاران می‌جنگند خواهند گرفت.
شهادت قهرمان شورشگر و همکار ورزشکار وطنمان نوید افکاری را سرآغاز شورش و قیام ملت قهرمان پرور می‌دانم.
نوید قهرمان قیام ملت ایران، ما ورزشکاران راه مبارزه و پیکار تو رو ادامه خواهیم داد.
درود بر نوید شورشگر، سلام بر پدر و مادر و برادران قهرمانش. نابود باد نظام ولایت فقیه، زنده باد کانونهای شورشی.
خون نوید و نویدها قیام مردم ایران را شعله ورتر کرد و حکومت پلید آخوندی را برای همیشه سرنگون خواهند کرد. مردم ایران نمیبخشند و نه فراموش میکنند. درود بر شما و به امید پیروزی هرچه پیشتر.
نوید در قلب ما هستی و راحت ادامه دارد. خیلی به فکرت هستم و به فکر خانواده تو.
درود بر نوید افکاری، قهرمان ملی، شهید راه آزادی.
راه نوید قهرمان ادامه دارد.
اعدام نوید افکاری قهرمان کشتی ایران خواری، ذلت و سرنگونی رژیم آخوندی در ایران را نوید می‌دهد.
نوید قهرمان، جای تو و تمام کسانی که در راه آزادی این مملکت جونشون دادن و تو زندان‌ها دارن مثل شیر مبارزه میکنن همیشه در قلب ماست. راحت ادامه دارد.
درود میفرستم به روان پاک نوید افکاری، درود میفرستم به مادرش، درود میفرستم به برادرانش و لعنت میکنم به این رژیم جمهوری اسلامی. سپاسگزارم.
نوید ما را اعدام کردند، اما نوید آزادی ایران را در دل زنده نگه می‌داریم تا روزی که دیر نیست انتقام خون همه دلاوران ایران همچون نوید قهرمان را از جهانیان حاکم بستانیم.
Thank you for that video. Of course, we heard so much from them, as well as Congresswoman Judy Chu, and we thank her for her participation. But we just heard, of course, about the horrific killing of Navid Askari, the Iranian wrestler who was executed by the regime there over the weekend. He was a dissident, and that, as you know, is not tolerated in a nation like Iran that does not permit freedom of speech, freedom of thought. I'm now very pleased to introduce to you a very well-known man, wrestling champion of Iran, Muslim Eskandar Filab, who chairs the Committee of Sport in the National Council of Resistance of Iran.
پیش به سوی آزادی و استقلال ایران. دوستان عزیز و شخصیت‌های گرامی، خبر ناگوار اعدام وحشیانه یکی از ورزشکاران جوانمرد و شجاع ایران، پهلوان شورشی، نوید افکاری، مردم ایران و جامعه جهانی را در بهت و حیرت فرو برد. نزدیک 40 سال است مردم ایران به دست مشتی آخوند دزد و جانی و بی فرهنگ و بی دین به گروگان گرفته شدند. رژیم آخوندی حاکم بر ایران نه تنها برای مردم ایران فاجعه آفریده، بلکه کل خاورمیانه و دیگر کشورهای جهان را نیز به خطر انداخته است. البته ملت ایران و بهترین فرزندان دلاور و مجاهد این سرزمین از همان آغاز دزدیدن انقلاب ایران توسط خمینی در مقابل این رژیم ایستادند و از 30 خرداد 1360 تا نبردهای ارتش آزادی بخش و فروغ جاویدان و 14 سال مقاومت و پایداری در اشرف و لیبرتی در مقابل سرکوب و تروریسم این رژیم سینه سپر کردند و هزاران هزار کاوه و بابک حماسه آفریدند. کافی است اشاره کنم که 30,000 دلاور سربدار در سال 1367 حاضر نشدند یک کلمه برای تسلیم و دست برداشتن از مقاومت در مقابل رژیم ولایت فقیه کوتاه بیایند. و امروز نام ایرانی در مقابل رژیم‌های فاسد شاه و شیخ به خاطر این مقاومت. اما در این 40 سال مماشاتگران و همانها که در توافق اتمی ده‌ها و صدها میلیارد دلار از اموال مردم ایران را به این رژیم دادند تا سر پا بماند، به اصول حقوق بشر و دموکراسی و به مردم ایران خیانت کردند. در 40 سال گذشته مردم دنیا فجایع رژیم ملاهای ایران را در داخل و خارج از ایران دیده و لمس کردند، ولی به علت اینکه هیچ اقدامی عملی برای کنترل و اعمال تروریستی و جنایات این رژیم انجام نشد، ملاها تبدیل به یک سرطان بدخیم شدند که فقط با جراحی کامل و سرنگونی آنها صلح و ثبات به ایران و خاورمیانه برمیگردد. لذا همه کشورهای عضو ملل متحد میبایست با قدرت بیشتر در مقابل کشتار و شکنجه مردم ایران بیستند. مسئله مردم ایران با این رژیم فقط اتمی نیست. قبل از اتمی نقض وحشیانه حقوق بشر است. تحریم‌های ملل متحد باید هم به خاطر پروژه‌های ضد ملی اتمی و هم به خاطر شکنجه و اعدام هزاران نفر اعمال شود. در مورد اعدام ناجوانمردان یک قهرمان ورزشی، کمیته بین‌المللی المپیک میبایست در تمام رشته‌های ورزشی رژیم آخوندی را تحریم کند. فدراسیون کشتی جهانی نیز باید رژیم ایران را به خاطر اعدام پهلوان نوید شورشگر اخراج نماید. همیهنان عزیز، ورزشکارانی که ظلم و جور ملاهای جانی را حس می‌کنید، دست در دست هم باید قیام کنیم و کشور خودمان را آزاد نماییم و با کمک کانون‌های شورشی این آخوندها را به زبالدان تاریخ بریزیم. این جانیان را در تاریخ ایران نابودشان کنیم. رژیم پلید آخوندی به دلیل جنایت‌های بیشمار و غارت و چپاول ثروت مردم ایران دیگر هیچ مشروعیتی ندارد و دیر نیست که مردم ایران با قیامشان آن را سرنگون کنند. ملل متحد باید حق مردم ایران برای سرنگونی این رژیم را به رسمیت بشناسد. این رژیم مردم ایران را نمایندگی نمی کند و باید از ملل متحد اخراج شود. درود به شما رزمندگان آزادیخواه و استقلال طلب ایران زمین. مرسی.
Our thanks there for that, just a horrible, horrible thing, what happened over the weekend, and such an example, really, of how terrible this regime can be, that horrific killing of Navid Askari. And this was despite pleas, of course, from the international community, even a request by President Trump to spare his life, and yet the regime did what they did. We want to go next to Congresswoman Janice Schakowsky. She's a Democrat who serves on the House Committee for Homeland Security.
Thank you so much for allowing me to join you today via video to discuss the human rights situation in Iran. Without a doubt, the treatment that minorities receive in Iran is deplorable. This is a regime that brutally represses minorities and political opposition, violates due process, executes minors, detains foreign nationals, and violates the most basic human rights that any person in the world should ask for. Too many people have disappeared or have been murdered at the hands of the regime. This includes people like Navid Akbari and other human rights activists. The human rights record of the Iranian regime deserves to be condemned by all responsible nations in the entire world. My congressional district is home to one of the most beautiful and peaceful Baha'i temples in the world. In Wilmette, Illinois, the Baha'i are free to worship and celebrate without fear of any kind of government repression. This is not the case in Iran, where they suffer persecution and violence. It is incumbent on all Americans to support Iranian Americans and Iranians in Iran in their quest for democracy and freedom in their country. We have to prevent Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons and other weapons of war. We have to isolate the Iranian regime diplomatically, and we must support activists inside Iran working to secure a better and more peaceful Iran. One thing I can say for certain in these uncertain times is that I will stand with you, and in a bipartisan way, the United States Congress also stands with you. I will continue to fight to hold the Iranian regime accountable and work toward the day that Iran is free, secure, and democratic. And that day will come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Thank you for that. We want to go now to Congressman Dan Crenshaw. He's a ranking member on Oversight, Management, and Accountability.
Hi, I'm Congressman Dan Crenshaw from Houston, Texas. I join you today because freedom and human rights matter. The Iranian people's freedom and human rights matter. The regime of the Ayatollah has been built for decades on the violation of those rights, with grave and serious oppression and violence against those who dare challenge them. The past few days, we saw the unjust and unreasonable execution of Navid Afkari, who had been tortured into making a confession. We know about Navid because he was an athlete. But how many executions happened that we don't know about? How many more forced confessions? How many more denials of human rights is the regime guilty of? We know thousands were arrested and killed in 1988. We have seen the regime again and again since it came to power exercise its brutality in 1979, 88, 2009, and from 2019 to today, when the Iranian people take to the streets to demand their rights, rights given to them by God, not from the Ayatollah, not from government. The regime has shown who they are. They have shown their violence and they have shown their brutality. We cannot allow the Ayatollah and his corrupt government to continue these atrocities against the Iranian people. And that's why I was proud to support my colleagues in House Resolution 752 and support the rights of the people of Iran to free expression, condemning the Iranian regime for its crackdown on legitimate protests. We want the Iranian people to know we see what is happening in your country and we are with you. That is why 220 of my colleagues and I have joined Representative Tom McClintock's House Resolution 374 to condemn the regime's sponsorship or terrorism and support the Iranian people's desire for a free Iran. We cannot be fooled by the regime like the previous administration was in 2015. There is no moderation with them. There is no peacemaker among them. We cannot and must not legitimize them. We've seen those consequences of those actions as the Ayatollah has exported his terror across the region while ignoring his people at home. We must recognize the brutality of the Ayatollah and his regime, and instead of staying silent and hoping things get better, we proudly and openly stand with the brave Iranian people who are standing up and demanding to be recognized, who are demanding their God-given freedom and respect for their human rights. We support the Iranian people not just because we oppose the Ayatollah, but because we know the Iranian people. As a Houstonian, I'm proud to say that our city has approximately 70,000 residents of Iranian descent. They're business owners, doctors, professors, even an astronaut, and the captain of a U.S. Navy aircraft carrier, many of whom I've come to know personally. I'm proud to stand with you and be your voice in this important and noble cause.
Thank you so much to Congressman Crenshaw. Again, somebody who really knows what it means to fight for freedom and to fight for his country. I want to go now to Congressman David Joyce. He's a member of the House Committee on Appropriation.
I'm humbled to join you today to commemorate the thousands of innocent lives taken by the Iranian regime. Iran has a notorious history of violence and has long pursued a steady policy of trampling the freedoms of the Iranian people and denying basic human rights. Just this past year, the whole world watched as the Iranian people took to the streets, risking their lives to stand up to a murderous regime and demand accountability. As many as 1,500 protesters were killed and countless others were detained. This is a pivotal moment for the Iranian people, and there can be no ambiguity on where the United States stands. This administration has made it clear that we support the Iranian people. We support democracy. We support freedom, and we always stand by those who seek it. Earlier this year, I was proud to co-sponsor a resolution to condemn the Iranian regime and support those protesting it. It is past time that Iran has put a stop to the senseless violence it commits against its own people and protect their rights to free speech and peaceful assembly. I remain committed to working with my colleagues in Congress, Republicans and Democrats alike, to confront the Iranian regime and horrific cruelty and support the Iranian people in their quest for freedom and democracy. As you press forward with tremendous courage, Know the American people are with you.
Thank you very much, Congressman Joyce. And with that, we go to Ranking Member of the Subcommittee on Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agencies in the House Committee on Appropriation, Congressman Robert Aderholt.
Hello, this is Robert Aderholt, Congressman from the 4th Congressional District of Alabama. Thank you for inviting me to speak to you on such an important topic. The human rights violations we have seen in Iran since the overthrow of the Shah in 1979 are some of the worst in the world. The 1988 massacre of 5,000 political opponents of the Iranian regime is almost hard to fathom. These innocent men and women were kidnapped, killed, and their bodies dumped into mass graves simply because they disagreed with the government. As Americans, this is a reality that's even more difficult to accept. Sometimes I feel we take our freedom and liberty for granted. But when you see atrocities like these in Iran and other parts of the world, it should make us all realize how blessed we are to live in the United States of America. It is extremely important that we stand with the people of Iran and for them to know that they are not alone. We must also continue to pray for oppressed people like this around the world and to continue to support them as a government and as a nation. Again, thank you for inviting me to speak to you on this important topic. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
Indeed. May God bless all of you and the United States of America and Iran and everybody who's seeking freedom so passionately in this world. All right, I want to go next to the former Italian Minister of Foreign Affairs. We have with us Mr. Giulio Terzi. He's joining us, I believe, from Italy today with his recommendations and pleas for a free Iran. Mr. Terzi.
Madame Mariam Rajavi, dear friends of the National Council Resistance Iran, dear members of the Iranian resistance and supporters of a free, human, democratic, and peaceful Iran. The United Nations General Assembly High Levels debate starting Tuesday, 22nd September, will be preceded by a special event on the future we want, the United Nations we need, reaffirming our collective commitment to multilateralism. It is indeed a crucial visionary topic which would fit perfectly into any analysis, debate, negotiation, or initiative aimed at radically changing the fundamentals of power in Iran, because it is the typical objective for freeing Iran from their chains which take 80 million people enslaved and plundered by theocratic, bloodthirsty dictatorship. I did say that the situation of Iran would fit in such an ambitious special event about the UN that we need and about our collective commitment to multilateralism. But it does not fit into that special event. It does not fit because a large part of the international community and the Iranian people have become, day by day, more skeptical and angry. Especially, they've become more skeptical and angry after the appalling failure of the United Nations Security Council to recognize huge Iranian threats to the region and to the entire international community. Under the present regime, Iran has been deserving for many years the definition of #1 state terrorist in the world. Incredibly, this is the same country for which European Union member states and 2 United Nations Security Council permanent members, Russia and China, would like to lift the UN arms embargo. And lifting the embargo would mean that they would make Iran enormously more powerful, with huge amounts of new sophisticated weapons, with much larger resources from a grown weapon trade with Russia and China, and the trade with other autocratic regimes. And the Iranian regime would be emboldened, enormously emboldened, in its nefarious activities, in its terrorist actions, in its threats to the neighbors, directly and through its proxies. Myself, as European and as a former diplomat directly involved for more than 20 years in the issue of Iranian nuclear proliferation, I feel regrettable, very regrettable, that the present European attitude on Iran is still there, an attitude of self-censorship, an attitude of denial about many assessed Iranian violations against the non-proliferation regime. It is the European strategy, a strategy of double standards, depending on the convenience of the moment. It is applied by the European Union to the crimes against humanity committed by the mullahs. That is the strategy, to remain indifferent and to turn the eyes, to turn the side the other way. I find that all that is even more shocking during these days and hours. Why? Why am I saying that? Because at the moment, for the European Union trees, Germany, UK, and France, the moment is always in Iran's favor. They always favor the Iranian position, and they pretend there is no problem there. Shouldn't we ask the President of the European Union Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, why the case of Navid Afkari was not mentioned in a speech about the EU's State of the Union just a few days ago? Why she didn't mention, at least in a similar way, the case of Navid Afkari, in a similar way of the mention that she made to the case of Alexei Navalny, the way it was raised in her speech? Why the tortures, the prison, and the hell inflicted to Navid and to his family were not considered by her enough, and were not they were not projected to the world, and especially to the European Parliament, in the harshest term and with great vigor, as she did for the Russian case? Why it was not enough, this terrible crime against Navid Afkari, to suggest immediate measures, and why there has not been a new EU-Iran policy and strategy adapted to these crimes and to the many other crimes which have been committed over the last few years. There is no doubt that on the Russian case, Mrs. von der Leyen was clear and consequential. She said the international relations had become paralyzed by world powers which had taken institution hostage. And she said that the poisoning of Navalny happened with an advanced chemical agent, and this poisoning, is not a one-off situation that can be forgiven. She denounced the similar pattern in Georgia by the Russians, in Georgia, in Ukraine, in Syria, in Salisbury, and in various occasions of election meddling, because she wanted to warn von der Leyen, she wanted to warn the world, and especially the Europeans and European Parliament, of the risk of closer ties with Russia. But the horrible crime committed against Navid only 3 days before she took the floor vis-à-vis the European Parliament was not considered enough for her strong reaction. Let's look at the truth, what is the reality that we are facing. Even in a genocidal framework of bloody repressions, disappearances, killings in Iran, which took place over the last 2 years, even in front of a pattern that has never ended, that had only become more dramatic, starting with the 1988 massacre. Even in face of 2 years later murder of Professor Kazem Rajavi in Geneva, all this has been ignored, and in front of the European public opinion has not even presented, has been considered almost irrelevant. We know very well that the murder of Professor Kazem Rajavi in Geneva has been the object of an important judicial inquiry by the Swiss authorities, and now there is more clarity on this issue because the proper framework of investigation has finally been found by the investigators. The justice system in Switzerland has situated this killing and this investigation in the framework of the fight against crimes against humanity and genocide. Even on this background, when it is about Iran, the EU remains silent and behaves like an accomplice, unfortunately. And the regime feels emboldened in its terrorist strategy, even against Iranian expatriates in Europe and against European officials and institutions. In July 2018, in Villepinte, France, a large Italian delegation might have met many deaths and casualties because a spectacular terrorist attack by the Iranian intelligence had been scrupulously planned and carried on until the last minute when it was defused. In the course of that yearly convention in Villepinte, as you know, a huge gathering of around 100,000 persons who follow the leadership of Mrs. Mariam Rajavi. In that yearly convention, Italian participants were together with hundreds of other foreign officials from more than 60 countries. But fortunately, French, Belgian, German, and Austrian security services did execute an extensive operation to capture the perpetrators of the planned attack, and an Iranian diplomat was also captured, an Iranian diplomat from Vienna, and the killing, this big tragedy, was fortunately avoided. There was a follow-up at the European Union level. A subsequent European Union resolution included some senior Iranian intelligence personnel in the EU list of terrorists. And that was an important step, but it was too little, too late. Serious pressure must be extended on the Iranian regime. The regime in Tehran must understand that it will have to pay a heavy price for all these terrible actions. A true European deterrence is needed. The Iranian diplomats who do help the terrorists must be, all of them, indicted and prosecuted whenever the evidence is there, and they must be expelled in case of illegal intelligence activities. While, at the same time, the Iranian embassies, all the governmental offices and institutions from Iran, which support directly or indirectly organizations such as MOIS, IRGC, Hezbollah, and their proxies, should be promptly closed by the European governments. The European Union still does not see in Iran a threat to the citizens of Europe. And some of the opponents of the regime have been assassinated by the Iranian organization, the Iranian agents, and the Iranian killers. Now, these facts and these trends must be recognized and punished. We must, dear friends, we must raise our voice. We must react. And the place where to react is within the United Nations, within all the international organizations which can make the difference. Because that is the necessary action that we have to put together all ourselves for bringing back Iran to freedom, for bringing back Iran to the rule of law, to the respect for human rights and human dignity. Thank you. Thank you very much.
To all of those we've lost during this sad time, to all the families who grieve hidden out of sight, we think of you each and every day. A hope will never fade through the darkness of this night. We grow stronger every day like the ocean's tide. We shower all our love on this broken land and gather all our people hand in hand. To the great people of Iran who work through the night, our prayers are with you always until the end of this fight. To the precious children who dream of better times, our prayers are with you always. Bring about daylight. Our thoughts are with you always. Bring about daylight. Love is endless like the mountains in the sky. So strong and free, once you choose to see, you too will believe in his golden dream. To the great people of Iran who look through the night, our prayers are with you always until the end of this fight. To the precious children who dream of better times, our prayers are with you always. Bring about daylight.
A beautiful song. Thank you so much to a beautiful singer, Hali Shaverdi. Thank you for that tribute to all the Iranians we have lost as a result of COVID-19. We've lost so many people as a result of COVID-19. All right, I want to go right now to French Hill, the congressperson who is a ranking member of the Subcommittee on National Security, International Development, and Monetary Policy in the House Committee on Financial Services. Congressman Hill.
As a terror state, Iran is no friend of the United States or of our allies. For 4 decades, Iran has been a leading state sponsor of terrorism and a clear and present danger. We must not forget the people of Iran are living under the oppression of an extremist Islamic regime that's a persistent violator of human rights and religious freedom. The horrific nature of the mullahs was on full display to the world with the arrest, torture, and execution of 27-year-old Navid Afkari. Despite international efforts, as well as those by President Trump, the Iranian regime executed Navid, a wrestling champion whose only charge was his participation in a 2018 nationwide protest against the clerical authoritarians. This young man, with such a promising future ahead of him, was executed in secret and without any notification to his lawyer or his family members. We must be supportive of Iran's citizens, such as Navid, who bravely advocate for changes that embrace liberty, freedom, and taking steps towards a more open and democratic government. I support the people of Iran and their efforts to chart a future free from terror and oppression, and I join with thousands around the globe in condemning this most recent brutality.
Thank you so much to Congressman Hill for that. I want to go now to Congressman Ted Yoho, ranking member of Subcommittee on Asia, the Pacific, and Nonproliferation in the House Committee on Foreign Affairs. Congressman.
Hello, this is Congressman Ted Yoho from Florida, and it's an honor to speak today on the plight faced by the Iranian people as the regime continues to violently crack down on their rights to free expression and dissent. We must remember those who have given their lives in the past for a free Iran and a better future for their children, especially the 30,000 political prisoners who lost their lives in the 1988 massacre. America is not a perfect nation, but our country prides itself on protecting basic rights to liberty and freedom, both at home and abroad. Congress must continue to serve this mission in regards to countries like Iran, where free thought is often brutally oppressed. To the people of Iran, please know that America stands with you in wanting to provide a better life, free from oppression and fear, and we strongly support the fundamental rights of all Iranians to the rights and liberties that all should be free to enjoy.
Once again, a show of support and solidarity with the Iranian people seeking freedom. I want to go now to Congressman Brad Schneider, member of the House Committee on Ways and Means.
Hi, I'm Congressman Brad Schneider. Human rights is close to my heart and an essential issue in our global community. Your activism and engagement on the issue is critical. It's how democracies hold the Iranian government accountable for its egregious human rights record. For as long as I've been in Congress, I have advocated for the U.S. government to hold Iran accountable for its abysmal human rights record and its treatment of political opposition. In recent protests against the government over the past 18 months, as many as 1,500 protesters have reportedly been killed for their activism. These most recent actions are part of a decades-long history of the Iranian regime's abuse of its own people, as your organization knows all too well. It is incredibly important that we memorialize the thousands of Iranians who lost their lives in the 1988 massacre of political dissidents, and I commend you for the work bringing a voice to those who have lost their lives. The only crime committed by those lost Iranians, men and women, was their bravery in opposing the government and believing in a system beyond the repressive regime. The Iranian people deserve our support in recognizing the 1988 massacre and other tragedies of the past. And their voices deserve to be heard today as the Iranian people continue to voice their opposition to the Iranian regime. The United States must always stand with peoples around the world exercising their political rights. And we must always play a leadership role in holding the Iranian regime accountable for its misdeeds, abroad and against their own people. Thank you for the awareness you bring to the 1988 massacre and for lending a voice to the voiceless. I stand with you.
Thank you so much again for that. And I would like to go to Congressman Don Bacon, who is a member of the House Committee on Armed Services.
I'm Congressman Don Bacon from the 2nd District of Nebraska, and I just appreciate the opportunity to speak at the Human Rights 2020 convention and really focused on Iran. Now, I served in the military for nearly 30 years, 16 assignments. I had 4 deployments in the Middle East, and so I got to study a lot what was going on there. And we were frequently targeted by groups that were aligned with the regime of Iran when I was in Iraq in particular, but a little bit in Afghanistan. And so I know that I got to learn firsthand the behavior of the government of Iran and how it endangers all of its neighbors. It is the leading exporter of terror, the regime, the government of Iran, and they undermine many countries of its neighbors, all the way to Israel, frankly, and all the countries in between. And we, and I say this as a representative of the 2nd District, but I know we as the American people desire to have a country of Iran that is peaceful with its neighbors, peaceful with us, because we don't want fights. We don't want friction with the Iranian people. I have known so many Iranian Americans and people from Iran that are the most kind, loving, good people that you'd ever meet. So it's not about the people of Iran. We want peace. It's really the regime. And the regime, the mullahs who endanger the neighbors, it's intolerable. But even beyond that, what the regime does to its people is even worse. The way they treat the Iranian people, taking away their freedoms, their religious freedoms, their freedom of the press, their freedom to assemble, their freedom to criticize. And that's what we take for granted here in America, but really all people want that. And the regime in Iran mistreats their people, and it's wrong. So the people of America, we stand with the Iranians. We want you to have a country that respects you and a country that plays well and works well with its neighbors. That's our dream. And so I hope you have a great Human Rights 2020. Someday in my lifetime, I hope that we can have a great friendship with the country of Iran, where the people of Iran and the people of America can be great friends. Thank you.
Nationwide uprisings in the past 2.5 years have brought the prospects for the Iranian people's victory over the mullah's regime closer than ever before. With the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic and its spread in Iran, Khamenei described this catastrophe as an opportunity. By following the strategy of mass casualties, Khamenei sought to create a barrier against the uprising to overthrow the regime. More than 100,000 people have lost their lives because of the regime's cover-up, incompetence, mismanagement, and rampant corruption. Nevertheless, the resistance units, acting as an organized force, challenged this tactic by regime, and despite the risks and dangers emanating from the coronavirus, stepped up their activities against the atmosphere of repression nationwide. Resistance units are comprised of MEK supporters across Iran, who continue the proud legacy of the fight for freedom in Iran. Resistance units write graffiti on walls, post messages of the Iranian resistance's leadership in public areas, and torch regime's posters to break the spell of repression. They are determined and willing to make the ultimate sacrifice to save their people from poverty, unemployment, and suppression. The regime has resorted to extensive repressive actions in fear of the increasing trend of young people joining the resistance units. Regime leaders have admitted to their decisive role in the November 2019 uprisings, and on May 17, 2020, the mullah's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, warned the young people against joining the MIC. Expand the revolution's front as much as you can, and recruit the youth. Of course, I do not mean recruiting the MIC. In the historic battle the Iranian people have waged against the ruling theocracy, the resistance units are the harbingers of freedom and democracy, and played unrivaled role in writing Iran's destiny.
All right, I want to go right now to a member of the House Committee on Education and Labor, Congressman Glenn Grothman.
I'm Congressman Glenn Grothman from Wisconsin. I'd like to talk to the Iranian American community of Wisconsin, as well as the Organization for Iranian American Communities, about the situation currently in Iran and the situation in America. Unfortunately, I know you have relatives back home in Iran in which things are not so forward-looking. And I know you wish you could have an Iran back home that has more respect for everybody's opinions, including people who have opinions that may be opposed to the current government. I know at this time you are remembering the slaughters of 1988, in which people that didn't necessarily agree with the government even lost their lives. This is particularly irritating because historically, going back hundreds of years, Iran was known for being one of the greatest countries in the world, and one of the reasons it was the greatest countries in the world is they respected everybody, including lands all around Iran. I know you want to return to the days of a time in which Iran was a world leader in human rights, allowing people of all religions and all ethnic groups the ability to meet wherever they wanted, the ability to say whatever they wanted. So I'm glad I had a chance to talk to you today. I hope one of these years, when we meet again, we can meet at a time in which we know that all of your relatives back in Iran are living in a free republic in which they have the ability to worship who they want, talk about who they want, move about wherever they want. Again, thank you for having me.
And thank you for being here. Let's go now to the member of the House Oversight and Reform Committee, Congressman Jody Hice.
Hi, I'm Congressman Jody Hice from Georgia's 10th Congressional District, and I'm very grateful for this opportunity to speak against the persecutions that continue to take place in Iran, as we have recently seen the murder of Navid Afkari. I stand with the President and with our Secretary of State in greatly, strongly coming against this type of behavior. You know, the United States has endured tremendous hostility against Iran for a long time until we took out General Soleimani. And yet the people of Iran continue to live under tremendous oppression. I want to make it clear that we stand with the people of Iran. We stand with them against this type of oppression, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to make that statement publicly.
Much appreciated from Congressman Jody Heiss. Ranking Member Subcommittee on Economic Opportunities in the House Veterans Affairs Committee, Congressman Gus Bilirakis joins us now.
Hello, this is Congressman Gus Bilirakis. Iran has been a destabilizing and antagonizing force in the Middle East for far too long. The Iranian regime continues to wage a campaign of terror against those who only wish for a free society. Their attacks on those advocating for democratic reform should shock all Americans and freedom-loving people around the world. As co-chair of the International Religious Freedom Caucus, I was proud to be an original co-sponsor of H.R. 6986, Protecting Human Rights During Pandemic Act. This incredible piece of bipartisan legislation authorizes the State Department and USAID to respond with diplomacy and development assistance when countries use the pandemic to justify cracking down on freedom of the press, increasing unchecked surveillance, or consolidating executive power. I've spent my time in Congress fighting to defend for the basic human rights of people all over the world, and I'm proud of the work we are doing to end the persecution around the globe of those who are simply exercising their basic human rights. We must continue to empower the oppressed and ensure that their voices are not silenced during this difficult time. The United States will always stand with those fighting for the right for free speech and democracy. We will continue to stand with the Iranian citizens until their goal of a free democratic society becomes a reality. The Iranian regime would love nothing more than to dismantle the West and the values we hold dear. As Americans, we must never let them succeed. Thank you so very much for having me here today, and may God bless you. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you for that. We do want to go to some audio recordings now. We have Lori Trahan, Congressman who's also a member of the Armed Services Committee, joining us by audio now.
Dear friends from Iranian American community of Massachusetts, as your representative in Congress, I wholeheartedly support the Iranian people in their fight for a free and democratic republic. As we observe the 32nd anniversary of the 1988 massacre of political prisoners, I continue to be reminded of the egregious human rights violations committed by the Iranian government for more than 40 years. It's shameful and infuriating that to this day no Iranian official has been held accountable for their crimes. There is no question in my mind or in the halls of Congress that Tehran must stop its relentless persecution of political dissidents and religious and ethnic minorities. That's why I'm glad to join with you to ensure that the international community knows just how much the people of Iran truly want a secular, democratic, and nuclear-free nation. I applaud you all for convening this summit, and I look forward to joining you in person again once it's safe to do so. In the meantime, my colleagues and I will continue working to counter the Iranian regime threats and support the people of Iran in their quest for democracy. Thank you again for your ongoing work on this important effort. Sincerely, Lori Trahan, Member of Congress.
Thank you to Congresswoman Lori Trahan. Let's go now to Congresswoman Kathleen Rice, who is a member of the House Armed Services Committee.
To the Iranian American community of New York and families of victims of the 1988 massacre. Thank you for your continued activism and dedication in support of the people of Iran. I was proud to support H.R. 4744, the Iran Human Rights and Hostage-Taking Accountability Act. This bill states that Congress finds the following in reference to the 1988 massacre. Over a 4-month period in 1988, the Iranian regime carried out the barbaric mass executions of thousands of political prisoners by hanging and firing squad for refusing to renounce their political affiliations and in some cases for possessing political reading material, including prisoners of conscience, teenagers, and pregnant women. In a recently disclosed audio tape, the late Hossein Ali Montazeri, a Grand Ayatollah who served as former Supreme Leader Khomeini's chief deputy, said that the 1988 mass killings were the greatest crime committed during the Islamic Republic, for which history will condemn us. I urge the United Nations Human Rights Council to condemn the ongoing human rights violations perpetrated by the Iranian regime and establish a mechanism by which the United Nations Security Council can monitor such violations. Iranians in every corner of the country have been protesting and rallying in support of a free Iran. Their continued struggle for basic human rights calls for nothing less than our unwavering support. This Congress, I supported the passage of H.Res. 752 to condemn the human rights violations in Iran. And I pledge to continue supporting the people of Iran in their fight against their oppressive government in any way that I can. Sincerely, Kathleen M. Rice, Member of Congress.
Thank you so much to Congresswoman Rice, and thank you so much to everyone that we've heard from today. I do want to share a couple of messages that have been sent in to us, including one from Congressman Mike Sherrill from the House Armed Services Committee. He writes, quote, "It is critical to keep up the fight for human rights around the world. Iranians must be afforded the same foundational rights as Americans are." He says to vote for their leaders, to speak their minds freely without fear of retaliation, and to determine the course of their country's future. We've also heard here from Robert Woodall, the congressman as well, who sends his thoughts and wants us to know that the U.S. Congress stands in support with the freedom-loving people of Iran. I'd like right now to go back to the woman who was responsible for today as she leads a worldwide movement to bring equality, fairness, and democracy to Iran. Let's go back now to Madam Rajavi.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Trish. I was delighted that you joined us today and doing a difficult job moderating this event. And thank you for support for the Iranian resistance and the Iranian people in our campaign for freedom and democracy in Iran. Thank you very much. It's for you. مجدداً به همه اشرف نشان‌ها و شورشی‌ها در سراسر دنیا، به همه شما و به خصوص به میهمانان عالی‌قدر سلام می‌کنم. سپاسگزارم از سخنرانی‌های بسیار بسیار قوی و قدرتمند. به نظر من این کنفرانس و سخنان همه شما مقام‌ها و قانونگذاران بلندپایه یک تو دهنی محکم به رژیم استبداد مذهبی و در چنین شرایطی ایستادن در کنار مردم ایران و کانون‌های شورشی و قیام‌آفرینان در سراسر ایرانه. تشکر می‌کنم از شهردار جولیانی، سناتور لیبرمن، ژنرال جیمز جونز، آقای نیوت گینگریچ، به خصوص از رؤسای کمیته‌ها، زیر کمیته‌ها و اعضای ارشد سنای آمریکا و نمایندگان برجسته مجلس نمایندگان و همچنین نمایندگان و وزرا و مقامات اروپایی از آلبانی، ایتالیا تا بریتانیا و سایر کشورها. همچنین سپاسگزارم از آقای پاندلیمایکو و همچنین آقای فاطمیر که در این جلسه حضور داشتند. این کنفرانس بیشک یک واقعه مهمه در کارزار بین المللی علیه رژیم دیکتاتوری حاکم بر ایران، به خصوص در شرایطی که ما هستیم، از اون طرف انتخاباتی که در آمریکا هست. این چنین ایستادن نمایندگان کلیدی در سنا و مجلس نمایندگان از هر دو حزب عمده آمریکا، یعنی چه جمهوری خواه و چه دموکرات، اون هم در یک سیاست قاطع در مقابل رژیم ایران، اون هم در چنین شرایط ویژه‌ای بسیار بسیار مهمه و قبل از همه رژیم ایرانه که یعنی رژیم دیکتاتوری حاکم بر ایران که پیام این جلسه و این همبستگی رو میگیره و فکر میکنم که حمایت این شخصیت ها همچنین از حقوق بشر و ضرورت اون برای مردم ایران که خواست مردم ایران هست و همچنین خواست آزادی و دموکراسی و از اون طرف خواست مردم ایران برای آزادی زندانیان، اون هم زندانیانی که تحت اعدام هستند و همچنین حمایت از شهیدان قیام‌آفرین و قهرمان شورشگر اونها، یعنی نوید افکاری بسیار بسیار در این شرایط برای مردم ایران مهمه. ژنرال جکین گفتش که ما 244 سال بعد از مقاومت و ایستادگیمون علیه اشغال و استبداد در آمریکا، حالا علیه استبداد در ایران ایستاده ایم. ژنرال جونز گفت هیچ اقدامی ضروری تر از حمایت از مقاومت مردم ایران نیست. ژنرال مارک روبیو گفت ملاها ایران رو به اسارت گرفتند و باید ایران رو به مردم ایران بازگردانند. و سناتور تد کروز گفت ضرورت تام و تمام برای حسابرسی از رژیم وجود داره. راستش اگر من بخوام یک به یک کدهایی رو که امروز یادداشت کردم از تک تک سخنرانی‌ها بگم خیلی طولانی میشه، ولی در یک جمله میگم که این کنفرانس یک اثباتگر جدی بود در مورد این حقیقت که رژیم امروز بی اندازه طرد شده و منزوی هست در سطح بین المللی و محکومه و جهان باید پیام و خواست مردم ایران برای تغییر این رژیم رو بشنوند و به اون احترام بذارن. سیاست صحیح همینه که جهان فاشیسم مذهبی رو قاطعانه تحریم و رد کنه. سیاست صحیح همینه که جهان در کنار مردم ایران و مقاومت ایران، اون هم در مبارزهشون برای سرنگونی این رژیم ضد بشر، خونریز و مستبد قرار بگیره. و از این فرصت استفاده میکنم باز هم از مجامع بین المللی به خصوص ملل متحد میخوام برای نجات جان زندانیان سیاسی، همچنین اعضای کانونهای شورشی که در خطر اعدام قرار دارند تلاش کنند. همه دوستان مقاومت ایران در سراسر جهان و همه ایرانیان دوستدار آزادی رو فرا میخوانم برای حمایت از مبارزه جان برکفان در این میدان عظیم از مقاومت قرار بگیرن و کسانی که دارن تلاش میکنن به هر قیمت آزادی و رهایی رو به مردم ایران برگردونن. از همه شما مجدداً متشکرم.
Mrs. Mariam Rajavi, thank you, thank you. Thank you for your praise as well. It's not that difficult because I've got a terrific crew here to work with and so much enthusiasm from everyone. I mean, what I am so struck by is the enthusiasm that spans the world and spans parties, right? It's not left or right, Canadian, American, European. This is a cause, I think, that everyone can get behind. So thank you to you, Mrs. Rajavi, for all of your leadership and everything that you have done to help inspire the world to work together, to come together with you and the Iranian resistance for freedom. I am honored to be a participant in this international summit. It is very clear to me that the differences we see within Washington, D.C. or around the world, you know, we can put them aside right now because we can all get behind this cause, which is about freedom. The resistance champions democracy, freedom of speech, freedom to pursue opportunity in a new, vibrant economy. The Iranian resistance has a powerful and uplifting goal. So again, no surprise to me that we see so much bipartisan support, not only here in the U.S. and especially in Congress, but also throughout Europe and the Middle East. Everyone can be behind this. And certainly for 3 decades now, we've seen that they have. So as we close out today's international summit, I just want to say, again, I'm honored to be here among so many freedom fighters, and I do hope that you leave this summit with the knowledge that a free and democratic Iran is very much a possibility very soon. To the millions of anti-regime protesters inside Iran, you need to know, you are not alone. Thank you. And remember, together we will keep up your fight for freedom and for democracy. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for tuning in. And good luck to all of you. Keep up the fight.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.